Good afternoon and welcome to this afternoon's Bonanza, which will include the Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic. Now, many of you are watching on YouTube this afternoon. If you're not, you can stream live. The £10,000 Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic Final is live on YouTube. You can like us, comment and please subscribe and let us know all your selections via comments and who you fancy today. Big warm welcome joining me in the studio, who should be in this chair, by the way. Hi Rose, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, really looking forward to this.
Yes, definitely some really good racing to look forward to. Yeah,
let's confirm today's action then. We will be looking ahead to Towcester. Very shortly their first race goes off. Mullingar will start at 2:58 and then this evening, Harlow and Henlow. Non-runner Bombay the Joker, which will be drawn by the stewards in the 2:12. That is vacant. That's 2 trap balls vacant today. Then this is the Trap Challenge Historical. Looking at a big pos there on 4 dog and 1 dog. Rose, who do you like in the Trap Challenge?
I'm with the White Jacket 3.
And I like the 1 dog. There is the betting. Trap 2 is a favourite at 15-8. Trap 6 at 14-1. It's got 7 vacant traps. Stats at Mullingar then. Hot trap at Mullingar is trap 5, and then hot dogs Lingrawn Billy in the 4:37. Phoenix Jasmine and Bayonet have got name checks, even though they're not as hot as sometime as we see greyhounds. Towcester, hot traps there, 1, 3 and 4. 5:44 Lisa's Dream, 5:08 Green for Paddy and Spartan Wolf in the 3:11. Favourites 40%. They are at the traps. At the traps for our first at Towcester, that is the 1:57. And looking at the head to this very first race, the Towcester Racecourse Standard, we're going over 500 metres. I like the 2 dog Glide Away Hugo. Much more interested though, Rose, to hear what you like in this contest.
Yeah, Glide Away Hugo, I thought was a little bit one of them dogs that hasn't quite hit the heights we were expecting. Came on to be a really nice pup. Had a lot of trials. They obviously were trying to kind of get this dog running right, and for me it's just not quite hit the heights that we were maybe expecting, so I did end up going with Give Me a Break on the outside, who these have both been beaten by Edwards in the last few weeks. Glide Away Hugo was beaten 6 3/4, Give Me a Break beaten 9 1/4. I just thought Give Me a Break just had the benefit of the draw here. I think Romeo Expo will be slightly edging in for Lawrence Tuffin. Glide Away Hugo, I don't think he knows himself where he wants to run. I don't think he's quite a railer, I don't think he's quite a middle. He seems to be kind of figuring things out as he goes. But the good thing about this is I thought Glide Away Hugo had a little bit of room on his inside. I just couldn't look away from Give Me a Break, who is just a good all-round greyhound, you know, very reasonably consistent sort.
Jake has tweeted in, Glide Away Hugo for him. What I think though is Putt for Charlie might make Glide Away Hugo's mind up early doors up the run-up. That might be handy for your Trap Challenge, Rose, if 3 does build a big lead. Paul Young in form 1 the Springbok last night. Looks as though it's raining. Let's go to the Colonel, I think.
There's on the spin. Jolly's in 2. Glide Away Hugo. Off and racing for this Towcester Racecourse Standard. Now the 6 was very slowly away, that Give Me a Break. The Wallace runner down the back straight we go, and the 2 is scooting away now, and Glide Away Hugo for the MWD partnership of Mark Wallace will lead the 5 up Romeo Expo by a good 2 or 3 lengths. 6 is in 3rd, then 3 and 4 as we come off this final turn. 1's tailed off, up to the line we go, and 2's going clear of 5. 4 gets up for 3rd, so 2 will be your winner. That's Glide Away Hugo there for the Mark Wallace Kennels and the MWD partnership, taking the Towcester Racecourse Standard.
Well, Glide Away Hugo kind of gifted the contest as we look at this replay, because 6 totally missed it and 3 did as well.
Yeah, it was a decent break there by Glide Away Hugo. There wasn't too much early in the race, but he's done it nicely there. He was brave to the bend, got his head in front. That makes it 2 from 7. Now Trap 6 has missed the break, showing a little bit of pace down the back, but just couldn't quite get to Glide Away Hugo. It was a decent performance by Romeo Expo in 2nd place there, who really did kind of reel in the leader going into that final bend. Did kind of find a few lengths or so, but couldn't get to the winner, who's done it very impressively off the front.
Yeah, Glideway Hugo is our first winner of the day at Towcester. 2 beats 5 as we head in to the remainder of the card. But we've got to find out our selections for the day. And starting with yourself, Rose, what do you like?
Yeah, we're pretty uninspiring today with my selections. I haven't been very brave at all. My nap is YI Man, who was so impressive at Monmouth last week. I was really taken by that run beating Coulivan Shadow, who unfortunately didn't thank the form last night, but I thought YI Man is a dog that runs really well at different tracks, has got the wins on its card here at Towcester, so fingers crossed will go well. My next best is Longacres Certa. I think it will benefit from last week's run where it came second, beating a pretty similar race. Maybe this one's slightly easier. Should come on from that, so I'm hoping can go well. Will really like this 7-1-2 distance. I think it's going to, lap it up. I think can definitely improve and definitely winning one of these Maiden Stayers. My lay is going to be Phoenix Spectre in the 3.18 at Mullingar. There was a lot of money for this early doors. I think it opened 9-4, went into 6-4 quite quickly. I just didn't like. It's yet to win a race. It's 0 from 6. A kennel that's in form, but I could take this one on. More of a middle runner for me. It's one of those dogs that would be really hard to seed. It's not. It wants a 3, which you're never going to get as a middle. So willing to take that one on. And as we already touched on, I'm with the 3 for the challenge.
Looking at my selections in the 3.28, I'm going for Hot Throttle, Vacant Trap in 2 and Kethro in 3. Albeit Kethro and Hot Throttle both taken on Milton Bang On last time they both raced. I just think that Hot Throttle will get a big start. Looking at the next best, we head to Mullingar for the next best. That's Trap 4, Lahinch Jake in that 5.17 at Mullingar. This Greyhound hopefully will sweep round, come that third bend and show some power coming home. I'm going to take on New Ranger. It's because I like Cantha Jack and Make It a Bear. The bear, sorry, in the 4 box. I'd probably be totally wrong, but that is my lay. And in the trap challenge, I am going to go for Trap 1. Big race of the day at Towcester is the Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic. Why not? Let's rewind the clock 12 months and enjoy Antigua Sugar winning it all over again.
Off and racing, and what a break there by the 3, and Ivan Exile there for Matt Dartnell will take him to the turn there and spin round there, followed through there by Drive On Ladder to Price, then Antigua Sugar, then back to Kaluki. Out the back you got the one Havana Lover of Shadow by the 4, Draper's Optimal. It's 3, Ivan Exile leads there for Matt Dartnell, coming to the final turn, 6, Antigua Sugar, and that 2, Drive On Lad, up to the Arbigo, Drive On Lad on the inside, there for Antigua Sugar, Antigua Sugar off the double and the photo. Antigua Sugar there and Drive On Lad in a photo.
Antigua Sugar then a brilliant winner of the Juvenile Classic last year, but this year for the champ a new destiny may await. That said, the opposition is rife and Droopy's Clue will have something to say about it. They're the big 2 in the market, but who knows, heroes can come from the most likely of guises, and with that we'll go back to Tanya and Rose.
Thank you very much, Jason. Thanks for that. We have a superb final today. The Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic Final. He did mention New Destiny and Droopy's Clue, but don't forget Righty as well. Let's confirm that first result from Towcester. It was a win for Trap 2, the 6-4 favourite, beat the 5 at 7-2. And third was 4, 11-1. The forecast 9.04 and 39.65 for your TriCast. Just a reminder, if you are taking in the 2.12 here at Towcester, 4 Bombay the Joker is a non-runner. It was withdrawn by Stewart, so that is a vacant trap. After the 2.12, we will be speaking to a man that is absolutely flying. He's had his picture on the back of the Racing Post for the last couple of weekends because his strike rate with all the sports prediction has been so hot. Yes, we'll be speaking to Liam Flynn all about the Women's World Cup that is going on in New Zealand and Australia. We're getting into that really crucial stage where those groups are going to be decided and the kickoffs for the group deciders are going to be at the same times. So there you go. Coming up then to the 12 Let's go to last night, shall we? We might be reviewing a few things from last night. This is a Monmore 630 metres, and I'm liking the look at the favourite there, Trap 2 Distant Emma, Rose.
Yeah, there was some late money for her. She was quite a big price in the morning, but Distant Emma, yeah. It went how we hoped it would. Trap 1 had plenty of early pace, but she's bossed Trap 3 out the way there going into that first bend. Forced that one to check, who was her main market rival, and she set about into second place. And I think the writing was always on the wall here. She's done it well. It was, you know, a gutsy performance. She's gone around the outside. She's a bitch that's got an awful lot of experience. For a large portion of her career, she was seeded middle. As a puppy, she was kind of drawing 5 and 6 a lot there. So it's taught her a lot of track craft. I think the quality was probably better on my phone last night than that is. She ran well there, you know. She was brave, she was gutsy, and it's good to see her there. You know, we've got the Summer Stayers Classic coming up next month, so fingers crossed she goes well in that.
That was a superb performance. That acceleration, well, there's just power the whole way round, but it seemed from the third bend onwards there was an extra gear.
Yeah, she. I don't think we'll be seeing her running over 4 bends anytime soon. You know, her definitely, you know, her immediate and further on career will be over 6 bends because she just excels over there.
Well, our man at Towcester this afternoon, as you've already seen, is Jason. Let's go back to him and see who he's got to interview.
Very pleased to say I'm joined by John Mullins, who's got another big race finalist.
Yeah, right. He's done it all right all the way through. Won all his rounds. So, I mean, it's a very, very hard final. He's got to do it all right today. I mean, they're all good dogs in there. So, you know, he's got a break, got a lead, and that's it. Even if he leads, there's still good dogs in there that could possibly catch him.
I mean, Jim Crap finalist, 1-5 on the bounce. I was actually on the show, and I said the thing about him, he just looks like a consummate pro round here.
Yeah, he's stuck to it well, hasn't he? I mean, he likes it round here. I mean, you can't fault him. I mean, 5 out of 5. You can't ask for any more than that, can you?
No, he's very. In fact, though, for some reason, he seems to go for a bigger price from a betting point of view than really he should do on his form.
Well, that could be because we're not gambling kennels, you know, so I don't know why that is. Perhaps they don't rate them, but it doesn't bother me. The dogs don't know what price they are. And in this day and age, you could be started 10 to 1. If somebody has a grand on you, you could be favourite, can't you? Yeah. So they're false prices anyway. Well,
they keep getting their fingers burned. That's the main thing there. Now, moving on to the racecourse, Maiden Race 2 on the card. You've got a Gulty Lad going now.
Gulty Lad, yeah. I mean, he's the widest runner here, without any question. But I've given him a look round Romford, a look round Yarmouth, and I think when I bring him back here after he's been somewhere else, it keeps him in a bit better. Obviously, he's got a break. He's a fast dog, but he's too wide. Yeah, even I've managed to put keeps very wide. And moving on to 328 Maiden, though, interesting one. I am Sydney, lightly raced. He is lightly raced. This is my 3rd race for me. We're still learning about him. He'd probably do with a little bit of weight off now. He's settled in better. Look, he's supposed to be a good dog. He's done good times. So as soon as the penny clicks, he'll be one to follow.
It was well drawn to get a pitch today.
He is well drawn. There's a couple of good dogs in there, you know, that doing well, so we'll see.
Well, best of luck in the Juvenile Classic Final with Righty and your other runners, John.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant. Cheers.
There you go. Good insight there from John. He was sort of coming up. You see Gauty Lad is 12s on the exchanges. So 11 to 1. Gauty Lad, John Mullins was saying, and you can see on the card, very wide and then very wide again. But he says when you switch it keeps him in for his first run. We'll see what happens today. Favourite for the race, though, is Make It Hoops, odds on 4 to 7. Why not take a look at Make It Hoops then? This is, though, a run back from the 13th of June.
Yeah, this was a little while ago now. Has had some time off since then, but only in August 21. This was a really nice performance, showed some good early, was always there or thereabouts in Trap 2, has since re-qualified and equalised the time it recorded on this occasion, which would put it there or thereabouts. Well drawn in the red jacket here, has been running rails in its trials. An inexperienced sort for how kind of old he is type of thing, but should hopefully keep improving. I did go against...
That's okay.
Yeah. Purely price-based, to be quite honest. I went with Amelia's Jet, who is drifting out now to 9-1 for Michelle Brown. You know, a winner of its last 2 starts, albeit A4, A5 at Suffolk Downs. But I don't think this is the hardest race we've ever seen. This isn't the hardest maiden by any stretch of the imagination. And hopefully Amelia's Jet can go well. Kennel's in really good form, had a good few winners yesterday morning at Crayford.
Yeah.
It was good to see for Michelle Brown. Fingers crossed Amelia's Jet can get another win on the score sheet.
The weather has closed in. A few spits and spots of rain and make it hoops into 130 on. Amelia's Jet 8, Hero Wilma 5. Send us some tweets and emails. They were particularly interesting last night when you were sending in tweets and emails with your thoughts on taking on dogs or, you know, supporting them. And make it hoops here. Would you be like Rose and take it on, or would you just step back from the race and just watch it? Have we got any emails yet at all, Rose?
We've had some YouTube comments, so
Excellent.
Great to see you getting involved. Remember to like and subscribe. Darren's been in touch. He wants Droopy's Clue will avoid trouble on the rail and go on to victory for him. That will go in the Juvenile Classic. Mark Perryman is with Trap 3 on the challenge. I like your style, Mark. That's my selection as well. Marco is going with New Destiny. He should win if Trap's out. And Trap 1 is a danger if getting a clear run on the rail. So there, a few of your YouTube comments coming in. Sean Gibbons has been in touch. Good afternoon, Rose and Tanya. Nap this afternoon is Trap 6 Brinkley's Butler in the 212 at Towcester, and he's with the 5 for the challenge. So Trap 6 here, Brinkley's Butler. It's only had the 1 race so far on UK soil. Is a May 21. Very lightly tried. Had a few trials at Monmore. Came here, recorded a time of 30:14 for the Vicky Lee Kennel. Got beat 6.5, a half length by Spartan Wolf. You would like to think would improve on that. That was his first run around Towcester and his first run over 4 bends for a good while as well. So definitely more to come from that greyhound. Drifted out though from 11-4 to 11-1. So I hope, Sean, you've got best price guarantee.
You have to sort of look and laugh because that's fast score. It probably should have opened in hindsight. And, you know, that's not just human discretion, is it? That's just a computer program. Yeah, and also what's thrown it, as quite rightly, and JK said in my ear, the non-runner would have thrown it as well, thrown it considerably. But we'll see.
We have got a drift on Galty Lad as well, out to 10-1. Amelia's Jet back into 7s, was as big as 9-1, but still 1-3 make it hoops.
Our first race was won by the 2 Glide Away Hugo. They're all in the boxes here then at Towcester. Colonel.
The flag for this Towcester Racecourse Maiden Open, go without 4. 1's been backed at all rates. Off and racing, and not the best of breaks from 1. It was last out. Into the turn we go. 3 will squeeze through there. 1 got impeded badly there. Down the back straight we go, and 3 will lead. Aero Wilma will lead there for Richie Tappen of the Monmore trainers. 6 now, Brinkley's Butler. The Butler's trying to deliver on the inside there. Just got checked, that did. 3 now coming to the final bend at Aero Wilma. They're off the final spoon. Wilma with the Butler chasing hard on the wire. Wilma holds on from 6. 6 can get there. That's close. 3 and 6 in a photo. Aero Wilma and Brinkley's Butler have gone past together for a photo.
Very tight then. Colonel calls the photo between 3 and 6. I hope the one's okay.
Yeah, your favourite missed the break there, didn't it? Tried to show some pace up, but couldn't get up the inside of Amelia's Jet, who's just held its rails pitch and ended up in all sorts of trouble. Fingers crossed, make it hoops is okay, but it was, Aero Wilma that was the consistent one from the boxers. Trapped out here, shows some nice early pace. Has been over the 6:30 at Monmouth, so it'll be interesting to see if that one had been picked up in the closing stages. But Aero Wilma was only 1 from 20 going into this race, but has always held decent class. So fingers crossed, she will keep coming forward. But Brinkley's Butler has done plenty of running, just got stopped between the 3/4 mark and rallied again to go around the outside. It was a close call in the end. Yeah,
it's going to be down to the judge. There you go. Very, very close indeed. We'll give you the result right now. It's just dropping, and it went actually to trap 6. 6 beats the 3. 6 beats the 3. The forecast was 63.47. 63.47. And now I've just gone to the page 71 in the Racing Post, but I don't think I need to, because I think we better turn around and introduce a man that he's an absolute on fire, Liam Flynn. I keep seeing your picture on the back of the Racing Post because you've tipped up winners here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, it's been a bit tricky to keep track of, to be honest. But no, it's going well, obviously, with the Women's World Cup and obviously some tennis tournaments in the last week or so as well. So, yeah, no, on good form now. Yeah,
I'm hearing that in the Women's World Cup, all 3 of your selections collected last week, and it has turned out to be a superb tournament. It's something that I've sort of really enjoyed, even though the hours sometimes don't work out. It's been really enjoyable, and no doubt you've been studying hard again for us this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a really good tournament so far. I think there were a few reservations with the expanded field to 32 teams about just how competitive some of the matches would be. But actually, we've not seen too many one-sided affairs. We obviously did see Norway give the Philippines a bit of a drubbing this morning. But nonetheless, I think it's been a really good tournament. Obviously, we're getting to quite a key stage here now with the group stage coming to a close. As I said, Group A concluded now. Co-host New Zealand missing out on a top 2 spot. And as a result, we've seen, obviously, Norway progress to the Switzerland from that group. But in the coming week, we'll see the group stage wind down and the knockout stage soon to begin. But I've got 3 bets for you for Monday's morning fixtures, because we've got 2 more groups set to conclude. So I might as well get stuck in with my third best bet for this day of Women's World Cup action. And on Monday, we've got Nigeria. They're taking on Ireland. And I've got Nigeria to win this one at 5-4. Now, obviously, Ireland are already out of this Women's World Cup. So this is kind of playing for pride almost for the girls in green. But I don't think they can be too disheartened with their performances so far at this Women's World Cup. Both of their opening results were narrow defeats. They lost, obviously, to Australia in that one of those tournament curtain raisers before then losing 2-1 to Canada last time out, although they did actually lead for near enough the entirety of the first half in that fixture. So they have actually put together a pretty decent display, but obviously just too tough a group. I think it was labelled the group of death for quite a few coming into this Women's World Cup, and they've missed out. And I think Nigeria have both the quality and the added incentive to win this match. Now, I think the Super Falcons completely defied expectations in this tournament. They opened with that 0-0 draw against Canada, and then it was a pulsating 3-2 win for them over co-host Australia last time out. Really fine counter-attacking performance from Nigeria on that occasion. And that was despite the fact they conceded 28 shots against Australia. They still managed to get over the line. And it's actually a key player for them, Asisat Oshoala. Quite surprised to see her on the bench last time out. But she was brought on, scored the winning goal in that game, and I think we can expect to see her start this one against Ireland. But overall, really good tournament so far, this from Nigeria. They've obviously got incentive because they can win. A win will see them through to the last 16. And I think they can get over the line. And coming into this tournament, they'd won their last 3 internationals against Costa Rica, Haiti and New Zealand as well. So certainly the team in good form right now.
So your second best bet, because as you say, a couple of groups now come to their climax because they'll kick off at the same time for those groups. So who's your second best bet?
Yes, absolutely. Like you say, it's kick-offs at the same time with the last couple of groups being decided. And this one is in Group C, actually. We've got Japan up against Spain. Now, interestingly, obviously, both these teams have already qualified for the knockout stage. It's been a pretty top-heavy group, really. Japan and Spain both on 6 points heading into this game. La Roja marginally ahead on goal difference, I think by 1 goal actually. Obviously the other 2 teams in this group, Costa Rica and Zambia, going head to head. They're both already out of this tournament. So ultimately this is a straight shootout for top spot in Group C. To be fair, you look at the way the last 16 draws panned out, I don't think it'll make a massive amount of difference with the winners facing Norway, the runners-up facing Switzerland. So maybe not a massive preference from either of these sides, and some could even argue it might be better to finish as runners-up. But I think overall both of these are very well-drilled professional nations, and I think we can expect to see goals in this one. The teams have scored 15 goals between them at this Women's World Cup so far. For Spain, a really big plus is the fact that Women's Ballon d'Or winner Alexia Putellas is back in that midfield. She's such a key member of that team and obviously enhances their attacking threat as well. And I think the fact that both these nations are already through to the knockout stages means we might see them let loose a little bit more, and that can only really point to a more open game and goals on the card. So the selection I've gone for in that game, Group C, Japan v Spain, is over 2.5 goals at 11-8.
Yeah, I found Japan very clinical, whereas Spain have a little bit of flair about them. Now, drum roll for your best bet. Mind you, we should have a drum roll for all 3. What's your best bet?
Yeah, so my best bet is actually coming in Group B again. So that the other fixture other than Nigeria or Ireland, we've got Australia against Canada, and this is certainly one I'd recommend people switch the TV on for. 11 a.m. this game gets underway, and it's a very decisive fixture in this match. As you say, the Matildas, who they've had a bit of mixed results so far. Their opening 2 matches, obviously they're on 3 points as it stands. They opened with that 1-0 win over Ireland before losing 3-2 to Nigeria. Canada just ahead of them on 4 points, but I wouldn't read too much into that actually. And I think you've got to factor 2 key things into this match for Australia. The first being home advantage. Canada aren't just playing against Australia; they're playing against a very lively Melbourne crowd, I think we can expect. But perhaps more importantly, Australia will be welcoming back Sam Kerr for this match. Their star player missed the opening 2 fixtures of this Women's World Cup after getting injured in the warm-up for the first match. She's a crucial player, Sam Kerr. We've seen for Women's Super League club Chelsea that she is a player for the big occasion. You know, she scored a decisive goal in the Women's Super League a couple of months ago, and she scored obviously in the Women's FA Cup final as well. So I think she'll relish coming into the team with the opportunity to send Australia through to the last 16. There'll be more incentive, I know, with obviously New Zealand having failed to get out of their group. So I think Australia can get the win over Canada in this one. I think you look at that match against Nigeria, and Australia were actually a little bit unlucky. I think it was maybe complacency that set in more than anything else, because they had 28 shots in that match. And as I said, still lost to a decent counter-attacking Nigeria team. But I think Australia can get back on their feet and fancy them to beat Canada, a really good price of 23-20.
It's been phenomenal watching the fitness and skill of some of these teams. I'm loving watching Vietnam. I'm loving watching the Philippines, because in 4 years' time, it might be a different story with those. What is going to be the story on Tuesday, though? A quick word on England, who will, of course, play China on Tuesday. Will they get through to the final next round stage?
Yeah, it's been steady, but by no means spectacular from Sarina Wiegman's England side so far. Obviously, 2 wins on the board, and I think they will get over the line against China as well. Obviously, that performance against Denmark was actually a lot better than the performance we saw against Haiti in the opening game. And as I said previously, got to remember at the start of their Euro 2022 campaign, England also opened with a 1-0 win over Austria before going on to obviously blow other teams away later in the tournament. I think the big thing for England is obviously losing Kira Walsh in that last match will have been a real big blow. She's arguably England's most important player given the role she plays, and without her in the team, that does mean that someone like Georgia Stanway is probably going to have to drop a bit deeper. That means the England midfield lacks a bit of dynamism, lacks a bit of attacking thrust. So maybe in the latter stages, we would worry a little bit about how that could affect England. But as of this week, I think they'll get over the line against China. I think they'll finish the group with 3 wins out of 3, and then who knows where they can go from there in the knockout stages of this Women's World Cup.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, for me on Wednesday, box office will be Jamaica versus Brazil. That's going to be you're nodding. And we can only encourage Liam for everyone to watch this World Cup, because it has been superb. Whether they've been underdogs or not, they are going to learn over the next few years, and it's worth watching them now.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's also supposed to be the most attended standalone event in women's sporting history, I believe. I mean, there were more than 1 million tickets sold for it, an expanded field of 32 teams. So like you're saying, you're getting to see those teams like Vietnam and the Philippines involved, which is fantastic. You're going to get the odd drubbings, but you get that in major tournament football anyway. So I think it's been a really terrific tournament, and I think actually it's quite a difficult one to call in terms of the outrights. I'm not been overly convinced by the USA or England or any of the market leaders so far. I'm still on Germany. They're my team to win this Women's World Cup, even with that blip against Colombia today.
There you go, brilliant. It's been brilliant having you on board again today. I hope your selections go as well as they have been, Liam, and speak to you again next week.
No, thank you. Many thanks. Take care.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, that was the Women's World Cup, but you've been working so hard, Rose. I don't suppose you've got a chance to have caught any of it on the news or anything?
I've seen some bits. I saw Friday mornings. I saw the goal, the first goal, which is 6 minutes in. I managed to see that. I can't remember what I'd gone down to the house for. But my dad was watching it and he was like, "Rose, watch this goal, watch this goal, watch this replay of this." So I went in and I saw that. But yeah, it's such a busy period at the moment, isn't it? Like, it's so hard to follow every sport. We've got so much going off between, you know, all these competitions. We had some great finals last night. We've got great finals today. We had the Irish Derby starting this weekend. There's just been open races all over the country. I mean, obviously there's the Angel of the North, etc. on Thursday at Newcastle. So yeah, there's just so much going on.
There is. I was lucky enough to be here last night. And last night, Paul Young won the Springbok. He is at Towcester today, and Jason has caught up with him.
Now, I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by one of the top hurdle trainers in the country, but apparently you train him on the flat as well, Paul.
Yeah, majority are on the flat. Obviously, it was nice last night. Nice winner, win the Springbok, like, you know, he done us proud.
I mean, Chase was just absolutely awesome.
Oh, he was, like, you know, he's bold and just runs straight through him, like, you know, but, you know, he's a nice dog look for the future.
And Min was asked about the champion hurdle. Is that on the cards?
Yeah, that's obviously, you know, the thing with that, it's 540 at Crayford. Obviously, it's limit 500 is his limit, but obviously 540 Crayford is quite an easy 540. So, you know, we'll give him a spin round there and go from there.
Excellent. Now you're looking to make it a big race, double over the weekend. Of course, the Juvenile Classic Bombay Zero.
Yeah, he's a nice dog, but he just hasn't been trapping. He's got plenty of pace and he's a nice dog for the future, like, but he's got to do everything right there today. But I think he's got a chance. If he could lead one up, it'd make him go, like, but obviously there's some good pups in the race.
I've got some bad news for you, Paul.
Good one.
There was a preview on RPGTV earlier on in the week and some idiot tipped up at 14 to 1.
That was you, obviously.
It was me.
Fair play to you, price-wise.
Well, I mean, what we've seen when at Romford and at his best, and as you say, hasn't really got out here, but if he got out and got to the rail...
Oh, definitely. He's got plenty of pace and he's a nice dog going forward, like, but, you know, obviously, he's got a good dog and trap one up his inside, but there's 5 other dogs in the race as well, but, you know, I'd like to see you do a bold show there today anyway.
Looking on to a good April, running in our from trap 6 a little bit later on. I got a little bit of 3 to 1. I hear some Shrudy's got 7 to 2.
Yeah, there was a bit of 7 to 2 early this morning anyway. But no, she didn't disgrace herself there last week. Obviously, Frank's bitch got off the front and, you know, there was no catching her. But, you know, I like to think this week, bitch come forward. She's got every chance of leading there and make them go.
Well done again for last night and best of luck this afternoon, Paul.
Thanks, Jason. Have a good day. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, Paul. Fantastic.
Oh, big thumbs up there from Jason. He was trying to get the answer out regarding the fact Bombay Zero in the big final. Jason obviously flagged that up. We're coming into the 2:32. It is the Towcester Racecourse Maiden Stayers. Rose, this is one of your big selections here, Long Acres Certa, am I correct?
Yeah, indeed. This is my next best here for Pat Ducey, the Modmore trainer. He's a dog that will always have a staying ground. We're going to watch the VT here apparently. This was last time out. This was from trap 1 here. Missed the kick complete. This was first time over the 7-12. Recorded a 43.88 on this occasion. As you can see, lacked a lot of early pace here, but came home really strongly. Went on to score. Went on to just get beaten by the 5 lengths by Make It Magical. Recorded a time of 43.88 on this occasion, which I think was terrific here. We also had Good April, who was in trap 5 on this occasion, gets a 6 box here today. So, you know, we finished in front of that one despite giving it a beating, and we stayed stayed on to pass it. I think it could come out better from the middle, and hopefully will go well. Has got some good time on it, some good times on its card over the 4-bed trip. So I think there's some improvement from the boxes to come. Swift Tipster is an interesting runner. Lightly Race is being bought from the sales there at Towcester for the Towcester Racing Syndicate. Came home really strongly on Tuesday, I think it was, to win an A2 grade. That was a really nice performance. Steps up in trip though. Clearly has the pace and could be up with it, but I'm not convinced we'll actually stay the 7-12.
We have Billy Bellerin on, and he's part of the Towcester Racing Syndicate, and he was frozen. It was almost as if the Wi-Fi had frozen when Swift Tipster was running on. But I get the same vibes as you. He's looking for the 712, but from the way afterwards that Billy was speaking, I think you would be spot on. You know more than me. But 712 might be just fine. They had to go.
You have to try it
after that run on Tuesday.
But I mean, the dogs only had 3 races back from quite a serious injury.
Yeah.
It ran well last week. I can see where they're coming from. You know, it probably would have gone up to an A1, which, you know, would maybe struggle with. Some of these Maiden Stayers aren't the best.
Yeah.
But I just think that Longacre Certa has, you know, got plenty of pace, and I don't think we'll turn too far behind some of these. And if Swift Tipster was to lead, you know, if it could hold on off the front. But I quite like the chance of Longacre Certa.
I mean, I think that 5 can lead here, but 5 is like excellent. He's like the hare. He's going to hopefully make the pace. So it gives every greyhound a clear run. That's if 5 does indeed lead. We heard from Paul Young regarding Good April. We've just seen Good April in that run with Longacre Certa. It is, I mean, it's a tricky race. I'm intrigued to see one. I hope one does get a clear run. I thought the way that one ran on Tuesday, he was going to show more pace over this 712. But he was kind of had a dream run between the 3rd and 4th bends, and he needs that kind of scenario again. So good luck to Billy Brennan and all of the Towcester Racing Syndicate. This is a quick return, and you had to go over the 6 bends. Make it for Frankie in the 4 boxes at the moment. Just got 1 win to its name. Mind you, that wasn't a bad run behind Brown's Girl on another greyhound that ran on Tuesday, as did Kilbride Faith, who was running at Monmore while
and
these
Romeo
were running.
Sparta. Half of these dogs only ran on Tuesday. You know, that I think that pretty much sums up kind of the state of play at the minute.
Yes.
Mark's been in touch. Dear Rose and Tanya, I find watching Towcester fascinating. In my opinion, no place to have a lumpy bet. It is so tricky. Trackcraft is so important. Space Jet winning on Derby final night, it was a fine example. If you could put her Trackcraft in a bottle, then the game would be simple. That's from Mark. Thank you for getting in touch.
Yeah.
Adam Aiken's been in touch. Afternoon, Tanya and Rose. It's great to see Jason at Towcester, but it would have been nice if he'd remembered to get dressed. Cheers from Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, there you go. And I hope Jason's got a Mac now.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit on the way. No wonder his interviews are inside now.
Yes. Yeah, we heard Spits and Spots for Rain a little bit earlier when some of the interviews were coming in. Let's go across. This is 712 metres. It's the Colonel.
The racecourse Maiden Stayers over 712. The lid's open and a decent sort of break from all runners as we make a pace into the first turn, and the 4 will grab that lead now and make it for Frankie at a big price. Is going to lead the runners. In second, in the clear second, is your 5, Romeo Sparta. Then back to the 3, their Longacre Certa. Then we got it to the 6, Good April. Back mark as well, the 1. Then we got the 2 right out the back there, Kilbride Faith. But the 3 has now come up to take the running now. The favourite has gone on, and it's timed its run to perfection, because Longacre's Certa has now gone for home for the Monmore trainer, Pat Lucy. He's beginning to put daylight between itself. Plenty of lengths to spare there on the wire, from 5 getting up and 1 on the inside, but an easy all the way victory really. Laid handy, took it up when needed and went away from them. Mullingar Caserta there for Pat Ducey, taking the Towcester Racecourse Maiden Stayers. Easy as you like there, Rose, for Mullingar Caserta. Your selection, your next best, wasn't it, you say? This was nicely positioned already at the first bend.
Yeah, it's come out a lot better than last week, it's fair to say. It does come out better than the middle traps, has got crowded up around that first bend with 1 and 2. Managed to ride that trouble really well, turned into third position going into that second bend. And to be honest, I think the writing was on the wall here. Trap 4, Make It for Frankie. For me, didn't look like it particularly stayed last time it was over this trip. Trap 5, Romeo Sparta. He's a strong runner over the 500, but this... If there's one thing you can trust Pat Ducey to have, it's a really good staying greyhound. You know, a dog that definitely stays. He doesn't just chuck dogs over the distance for no reason.
Yeah.
He has a good class of staying greyhounds, and this was another one of those. And got his second win on the card, only had the 7 starts. Still a puppy, only in October 21, so definitely going to be one to follow in the coming months. Has absolutely romped home here. Won as easy as you'd like.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter if a couple of the others got in trouble behind, but that was all immaterial, all irrelevant. 3 was in a different parish to any of the rest. 4 to 5 favourite, the winner. Second was trap 5 at 7 to 1. Third trap 4 at 14 to 1. £9 and 4 pence, 42.91. We are heading to a break, and after the break, we'll be returning to Jason at Towcester.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside and an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
At Frontline, we know your pet helps you feel better, happier. You can do the same for them with Frontline Plus. It kills fleas and ticks on dogs and cats, plus stops flea eggs from hatching in your home. Frontline Plus, the UK's best-selling flea and tick protection for our best friends.
Think you don't like this tasty-looking Pepsi Max? You're probs wrong. Just saying, if 70% of the UK prefers the taste of Pepsi Max, you, probs, prefer Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max, thirsty for more.
That couple paid 50% less than us for Secret Escapes.
So we could have afforded to bring Toby after all.
You okay, little man?
Should we get some more drinks?
Yeah.
Hi.
Secret Escapes, luxury travel for less.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
Now we've got some excellent pictures here, and the man who is selling his wares, as it were, top-notch photographer, and look at that, plugging, shamelessly plugging. Jim Tate. Hi, Jim.
Hello there, how are you doing, all right?
Very, very well indeed, and people can buy these, and they're tremendously popular.
Yeah, if you want to go onto Facebook, go on to Jim Tate Photography, or on Twitter, and you can go on at Jim Tate Photos. Every week I'll put them up. There'll be a selection there of what you can choose, and there'll be all the details will be on there. But here are the details. So if you want to purchase anything anytime, of course, just let me know.
And now there's a lot going on at Towcester. There is now each Sunday, isn't there, a car boot sale?
Yeah, that's right. We have a car boot sale before. That's normally from about 6 or 7 in the morning till 12, and then obviously 12 come in and you know, come and watch the racing. But we've got Pete here who works on there, so if we can have a word with Pete, he'll give you the full details.
Yes, Pete. Tell us all about. And I understand when you get literally the first one had about 2,000 people, didn't it?
Yeah, there was definitely over 2,000 people, and it's good for the community. You know, there's a big estate just over there now, and we are going to be starting indoor pitches on the 3rd of August, and the boot sale will be running. 13th of August. The boot sale will be running all year round. For a car, it's £8, and for a van, it's £10. And the people that come in, we give them a raffle ticket, and they can come to the boot sale, come to the dogs after the boot sale, and watch the dogs, which they generally do. And in between the end of the boot sale, we've got a burger van and a donut stand that they can eat, and then come into the...
Well, that sounds absolutely fantastic. Now, go back to you, Jim. You are silly. It would be silly of me not to buy one. It would be cruel of me not to do so. Now, I've got my eye on this little beauty here. Now, how much does that cost?
Well, do you know what? Give me what you think it's worth, Jason.
That is what I think it is worth.
That's a bargain.
I'd like some change.
I hope Jason's got me a picture of Hobbsy as well. I'm missing the Wetherby Racecourse car boot sale today, but I'm more than making up for it next week when I'm going to Roundhay Park. There might be a little bit something special going on at Roundhay Park next week. Antiques Roadshow lands there, so there you go. Rose, boot sale, car boot sales? No. Is that a no?
If I have a Sunday morning off,
yes,
I am not getting up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
That's fair enough.
No, do that enough. No, not for me, that one. Not for me. But someone that no longer needs to shop at car boot sales is Sean Gibbons after his 11-to-1 nap earlier on.
Yes.
What a fantastic run and an unbelievable price. Happy days. So well done, Sean. Terrific performance there by Brinkley's Butler. I hope people at home got on. Pat Kelly's been in touch. Hi Tanya and Rose. The RPGTV cameras screened some fantastic action at Hove's big meeting last night. Spacejet, deservedly acclaimed as one of the all-time greats, took her career earnings to well over £50,000 with a thrilling last-to-first win in the £20,000 Premier Ground Race of Regency over 695 metres. It was great ground racing at its very, very best. And well done to the Derek Knight team for landing the £10,000 Coral Sussex Cup. And for sure, a well done to Paul Young's Droopy's Chaser was an above-standard winner of the Coral Springbok. Best wishes, that was from Pat Kelly.
And RPGTV is live streaming on YouTube this afternoon. Now you've got to remember to like, comment and please subscribe, and obviously let us know in the comments who you fancy today. Don't forget, yes, we are streaming live on YouTube, so all those watching, hello to you, and get ready to go back to Jason.
Now, I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Tony Brearley, as we always say on RPGTV, the coppice man.
Yes, nice to be here again.
Now I know the answer to this, but I've got to ask. 25-1 last week. Were you on?
Unfortunately, no. I stood looking at the odds, thinking I should put something on because we should get a third place, possibly a second, but I didn't. In fact, I should have been on both of the dogs last week because one was 20-1, one was 25-1. That would have been great odds.
But never mind. Rich awards perhaps await this afternoon. And Coppice Rocket, I mean, not the first time it's started and got out like that.
No, he's very quick, actually. And, you know, he's probably got a quicker split than most of the dogs in the final because when he gets it right, he's really quick.
And you could possibly see, I'm not saying necessarily needs it, but could be a bit of trouble on the inside?
Yeah, as I've said to a lot of people, you know, really, my two on the outside, you know, if there is some trouble on the inside, will benefit. So, you know, it may well go their way in that sense, but it could also go our way if Rocket gets out like he did last week.
Absolutely, and there's no Schadenfreude in this next statement either, but I hope he doesn't miss the boat like a certain trainer did in Ireland last night.
Yes, indeed.
Poor old Jimmy. We're thinking of you, Jimmy. Coppice Warrior, though, has almost been quietly impressive and gone on under the radar.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with him when I bought him from the sales at Towcester, and you know, he's just kept coming on each race he's done, and you know, he's very strong. He's not the quickest dog out, but he's very strong in the later part of the race. So, you know, I'm looking forward to it. I think we're underrated for this race. You know, we stand a chance of being in there in the mix.
And I mean, to run down Righty to within a length last week was very, very good indeed.
Yeah, I think he ran well. Both dogs last week ran far better than I think people were expecting, and partly what I was expecting. I hoped they'd do better, but yeah, I was over the moon last week when I went home from here.
Well, Tony, we always say you're an absolute credit to the sport, and we wish you every continued success.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Brilliant. We are now heading towards sprinting. 270 metres sprinting, the Towcester Racecourse Sprint. Keep your tweets and your emails coming in. We'd love hearing from you regarding, and we just heard from Pat Kelly, Hove last night, which was a sensational meeting. Congratulations to Derek Knight, as he said. 25 years after he won his first Sussex Cup, he goes and wins it again, this time with Candle in Monsoon. They were a little bit emotional at the podium, understandably so, but Derek was in good heart and very humorous beforehand. He was rewarded with such a great victory for Candle in Monsoon, but of course the superstar of the evening, it was Space Jet, the lady herself, Space Jet. 252 then, we have Crossfield Larry, odds on 10 to 11. Long Acres Santa, 9 to 4 for this 270 metre sprint. Will it be a double for trainer Pat Ducey? But before that, I'm hearing in my ear we got some more non-runners. This time for Mullingar, I can take out a 4-dog and a 2-dog. So in the 318 at Mullingar, trap 4, Sunshine Willow, will be replaced by Cool Mount Ruby. Sunshine Willow will be replaced by Cool Mount Ruby, and 357 Trapper Kayla in trap 2. That is vacant. This time that is vacant. Cool Mount Ruby, I'm looking as only a youngster, September 2021, has had 3 races, a win and 2/3. It's got early pace, but also last time out did in an A6, finished well to do a 29.86. That is Cool Mount Ruby. He's one of the reserves today at Mullingar, which starts very shortly as it happens, not long after our 4th race from Towcester today. So why not, let's have a look at Long Acres Santa. This is a greyhound that's got a coming in at 2nd favourite. This piece of footage is though from Monmore.
Yeah, this is a run over 4 bends here for Long Acres Santa, who showed a little bit of early, got crowded up around that quarter mark with trap 4 and set out to only be beaten a length and a quarter. This is an A1 grade here, recording a time of 28.72. Has had a trial here at Towcester over this distance and recorded a 16.04 on that occasion. That was in a 2-dog trial, led early doors, that was picked up by Charming Girl coming home. Has won a few opens previously over the 4-bend trip there at Monmore. He's no longer a maiden, goes into this sprint here in fine fettle, been running reasonably well, as we saw from that BT. Trials well enough. It's a short enough price for me when you've got the likes of Crossfield Larry, who I think is more of a sprinter than the kind of a 4-bend dog dropping down in distance. But was a winner at Oxford over the 450 metre trip last time out. And yeah, definitely going to be one to watch. I am going with Crossfield Larry, but I do have a little bit of respect for a few of these others, including Coolog Pest on the inside, another one of Richard Taberner's, who was a winner again at Oxford, recording a time of 27.26. I'm really interested in the price difference between the 1 and the 2 here, considering they had the same section at Oxford. There was very little between them on the overall clock. So it'll be interesting to see how those two perform, considering, you know, there's a fair bit of difference in price.
Yeah, fair point. Just before we go on though, on Twitter I've seen that Towcester Racecourse have put out the race 12, 5:28, trap 5 Some Rover withdrawn lame, trap vacant. So the 5:28 will be a 3-dog race if Twitter is to be believe that Towcester Racecourse tweet. Race 12, 5:28, trap 5 Some Rover withdrawn lame, that is vacant. So that's a 3-dog race, 2, 3 and 4. Unlikely Dahuma, Neon Dream. Yeah, that has been confirmed on SIS through the data feeds. There is a further non-runner. Yeah, as Rose was quite rightly saying, there's a huge disparity in odds here. Crossfield Larry evens and Coolog Pest is full. Coolog Pest only had 15 races. Crossfield Larry 50th race today, but last time out the pair of them mirrored each other with their Oxford sectionals. Now Coolog Pest is 9-2. Wonder what's going to unravel here.
See, for me, I'm not a massive fan of the one boxing sprints overall,
Right.
and I think that kind of does follow me onto Towcester, but that's...
So just that's Sheffield, isn't it?
Every track. I don't like ones in sprints, full stop.
Yeah.
I think the dogs come in on the bend of the, you know, and if you're not clear, you're in for a rough ride.
Yes. Yeah, they all concertina in on you, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not great. Keep your tweets and your emails coming in. You've got 6 here, Loggies Morty. This one has won 2 of 9 starts. Yeah, looking at the splits at Perry Bar. I don't know how he sort this race out. I initially went with Crossfield Larry, but that's easy, isn't it? You know, just to put the odds-on favourite down. But we could see, bless you, in behind the scenes, we could see Richie Tabner having the 1-2 in this race. But what way round? I wonder. What way round will we see? Of course, last night we saw Lynx Maverick win the Pall Mall. Obviously, we had Candlin Monsoon, the Sussex Cup. We had Kalara Ivy. Congratulations to the Legacy Racing Syndicate who won that Coral Sussex Cup sprint at Hove. But we had some good performances outside of that, the likes of What's Up Eva and Ballymac John. Obviously, I fell in love with Hollow Man, who happened to finish runner-up in his respective race in the 8:38, but he looks a beautiful, beautiful newcomer for Derek Knight, making a debut in an open race. That was a great effort indeed. And you can see the conditions are closing in at Towcester for this whole afternoon. It started off a little bit brighter.
Yeah, it seems to just be getting worse and worse. I'm glad we're not at Towcester right now. We'll leave that one to Jason. We'll see in this dry studio.
Yes, we'll love this dry studio. Very shortly after this, though, they are a little bit late for this, so we won't have hardly any time to get into our Mullingar first. They're all in, though, at Towcester. Beauty of it is a sprint. Hares on the move.
Go without 5. Well back Jolly in 2. Shade of odds on. Often racing. And that favourite has got out. And Crossfield Larry there for Richie Taberner is going to lead the 4 there. Long Acres Santa there by a length and a tail. 6 will be back into 3rd. Off the final turn. 2 going clear now. Crossfield Larry is going to be your winner from 4 and 6. Good win there from the 2. Crossfield Larry got out and got the job done. Landing the odds for Richie Taberner, the Monmore trainer.
It's a win for Crossfield Larry as they burst out the boxes. And Rose, you were spot on again. You don't like dogs in one in sprints, but Crossfield Larry was his A game today. His 50th start.
Yeah, a great performance there. Trapped out nicely, was brave into the first bend. Asserted well from Longacre Santa in second place there. It was a good performance. And yeah, Trap 6, Loggies and Morty will definitely be winning. Went back over 4 bends, ran on really strongly there for third place. Really challenging come the line.
Yeah, 2, 4 and 6. 2, 4 and 6. We head now to Mullingar. We've got similar conditions. It's a real shame. And I'm having great talk back in my ear. It's tremendous. We've gone straight to Mullingar pictures. That's if you hear all the hullabaloo, it's because we had our morning to halfway afternoon producer in the studio listening to my bad English, but unfortunately he was standing in front of camera 1. 2:58 then Mullingar. This is a race where I have gone for the 2-dog Adamir. And 6 high profile must have a chance here. Racing Post selection is a 6 high profile. Conditions similar to Towcester. With this first race, it probably give us a gauge to how Mullingar is running, but generally it runs with a mystifying third bend for me at Mullingar. I've got my next best running here. Rose, what did you make of this Mullingar event?
I'm with Drumrow Rocky on the inside, been running ever so well of late. I think this is a good chance to get a win on the card. Hasn't won for a little while, but has been really consistent in defeat. I think the draw in trap 1 there is, you know, a nice pitch. Got 2 middles, 2 wides in this race. I think that, you know, we've got comments on trap 4 Phoenix Miniers very wide, which is a little bit concerning when drawn in trap 4. Could crowd up a few of those on the outside. So Drumrow Rocky for me to make all of the running from the rails. Yeah,
Drumrow Rocky is then Rosie's selection. I'm going with 2 Gadamir. Drumrow Rocky's won 9 of 45. The 2-dog, she's been superb as well, hasn't she? 47 of her 72 races. She's finished in the first 3. And then you've got the likes of Fahi Grace, who's a prolific winner, 10 wins from 37 for the 5-dog. Winner last time out as well, beating Dollar Days in 29.44. And we're building up then to Mullingar. Rose, were you at Monmore last night? Or
I went to Sheffield.
And at Sheffield, are they across what's going on at Monmore and or Hove, or are you, like we all are, reliant on mobile or tablets?
Yeah, it was just mobile. We do. Obviously, they're on different streaming services to us. So we will be watching. So we were watching the other side's races.
Which is a shame.
Yeah, which is a shame. And, you know, a lot will change next year.
Yeah.
We'll obviously be on the same.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you'd call it. Side.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word.
It defies belief, because if you're at location A, you should be entitled to have both services coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky. I think my dad's favourite thing on the world is Sky Bet, because he can watch all of the races for free on there. So he absolutely loves that. So he was at Monmore watching Sheffield on his phone. I was at Sheffield watching Monmore on mine. Typically we had 4 runners there. 2 were in the same race.
Oh no.
So we're only in 3 races. We won 2 of them, and I missed both of the 2 winners. I managed to watch the 2 that got beat, but I mean, realistically, I got beat by the Oaks winner in a maiden. So what exactly can you do about that second and third? I think I basically won. Yes. I did 28.37 in a maiden and got beat. But it is what it is. Come back for more. It's tricky. I mean, the rules are there. The rules say it's okay. Is it okay? No, not really, but the rules say it is, so
yeah,
do nothing more than follow those rules.
2.58 then Mullingar. We're going in the boxes here. Rose has gone for the 1. I have gone with the 2. And the 2.12 winner, you can see, harping right back to our second race, did indeed go to the 6 dog, beat the 3. Then 2.52. There you go. There's a result for Crossfield Lowry at 10 to 11 favourite, beating the 4 Longacres Santa. 2.96. Greyhounds are in at Mullingar, of course, at Shelbourne. Thursday they had a few little competitions going off. Friday and Saturday, first round of the Irish Derby. Hares on the move here at Mullingar.
6 is high profile. And away we go, and 1 and 2 are slow away. It's going to be 3 and 4 going to the first bend. So going to the first bend now, it's 3. Ballycairn Banjo from 4-6. 1, 3 and 2. Down the back straight, it's trap 3, a couple of lengths clear, Ballycairn Banjo. The rest of the field trying to close, that's 6. And here comes 1 on the inside, trying to throw down challenge, then 4, 3 and 2. Off the final bend, it's still trap 3. Ballycairn Banjo, 3 lengths clear from the rest of the field. Ballycairn Banjo broke well, Ballycairn Banjo is gone, but no, gets nailed. 1 gets up the win. Drumrow Rocky comes and nails Ballycairn Banjo in the closing stages in a time of 29.79.
Well, as Mullingar shows, you never discount anything happening. And Rose, congratulations. Your first selection from Mullingar has prevailed.
Yeah, it was a good performance there by Ballycairn Banjo up the middle there, who's trapped out nicely. Being followed round by the 4 and the 6. Trap 2 was miles off the pace there, but Trap 1 just sat in a comfortable enough position there in 4th. Look, we know this ground stays. If the gaps open up, it will take them. It's managed to do so today. 29.78, I think it was.
Yes, it was 78 rounded down, yeah.
But that freaky third bend, I just like to shut my eyes for, and then watch again from the 4th, and Trap 1 looks to be in a very promising position there coming off the last bend.
And let's confirm that result then at Mullingar. 1 flies through late to win, 7-4 favourite from the 3 at 10 to 1. Third trap 6 at 2. 20.82, 44.84. There you go. Let's head back to Towcester though and see our beloved Jason.
Now, I'm very pleased to say I'm here with the star of RPGTV, Emily Wallace. Hello, Emily.
Hello.
First of all, how are you enjoying it on the show?
I'm loving it, absolutely loving it. Really enjoyed it last Sunday, and then Thursday was really good as well. Good discussion. Napa next best one, which always helps. So yeah, absolutely loving it.
I was going to mention that. Now, Juvenile Classic won it last year, of course, with Antigua Sugar. New Destiny has been so impressive when winning, and equally impressive when in defeat last week.
Yeah, definitely. The first 2 rounds she was trapping out, leading all the way, doing the good times, which is what we wanted last week. But we were still pleased last week because she found a lot of trouble at the first bend, and she showed that battling quality. Because so far in her career she has pretty much had things her own way. So it was nice to see last week when she didn't have things her own way that she didn't give up, she kept trying and she ran on like anything. So it was nice to see in a way, and she ran a blinder just to be second. So.
And has run from Trap 4 in the past, and was actually second here from Trap 4. I won't mention it was a match.
Yeah, no, Trap 4's fine. I think I said on the TV, and Dad said as well, we would have preferred to be inside righty because it's got loads of early, is running out of its skin. So I would have preferred 3 with righty and 4, but like Dad said in his interview, I would have preferred 3 and 4 rather than Trap 1. So we're not complaining, we're just happy to be there.
Now, you can have a glut of winners today. This will go out after your first one's run. But New In Ranger, who of course ran in the Derby, goes in race 5, got to have a big chance.
Yeah, definitely. It was frustrating because he was my naff on Sunday and he got beat doing 29.29. So, yeah, that was a bit frustrating, but he ran so well, just beat by a good dog on the day. But he's definitely got a good chance today, a good draw. He's running well, and we think a lot of him, so definitely got a great chance.
Moving on to the maiden at 3:28, Hot Throttle. If I was interviewing your dad, I'd make a joke that it sounds like a dodgy film, but I won't do that joke. Again, great chance in 1.
Yeah, he's got a good chance. He's just a very frustrating dog, not one for us yet. Seems a bit clumsy, gets behind and he's not really sure how to pass dogs. So he's frustrating, but the speed's there. he was going to get it right one day and do a big run. He's got a nice draw today, so I hope today's the day where the penny drops.
Stayers, King of Crow, Grand Prix star, of course.
Yeah, she's a really, really good bitch for us. Obviously special with the first category run for the MWD partnership, so she'll always be special to us. She's just lost her form a little bit maybe recently, but she's only run in top class races since the Grand Prix, so you can excuse her. But yeah, again, she's got a good draw today. She'll be a short price, but hopefully she'll run a big race for us. She ran well on Derby final night. So
talking of Derby final, I don't know if you remember last time I saw you, why man Derby Plate.
Yeah, he's turning into a star for us. Obviously a bit gutting when he went out in the Derby because he was unlucky. But came back, won the Derby Plate, and I still can't get over how well he ran that day, coming from behind those sort of dogs. And then at Monmore last week as well, picking up Called Vanny Shadow was a fantastic run. So it's definitely a winnable race for him today. Again, he's got a decent draw, so yeah, he's another one that should go well.
I spoke to Sid earlier very quickly. He said he'd just be happy with one, typical Sid, but I think you could have 4, maybe 5 winners today.
It would be nice. You always come to the track thinking, oh, we've got a few good chances today, and sometimes it just doesn't work out. But like I said, I'd be happy with one winner in the final. But, you know, they've all got a good chance, so I just hope they all run well, come back safe.
Emily, you're a superstar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant as ever.
Yeah, excellent insight there from Emily, and we look forward to her appearing again in the studio. Coming up for us, though, next will be New Inn Ranger. We heard from Emily all about New Inn Ranger. That's to the 311. We, though, have to return to Jason. Now, Jason's caught up with Steve Lappage, and this was interview after Brinkley's Butler winning.
Now, it's customary for me to say, I am pleased to say I'm with someone, but I'm not. Steve Lappage is here. He's had a 10-to-1 winner, and he didn't tell me about it.
I can't help that, Jason. Owners had to get on first.
You didn't tell me about it after the owners got on.
Well, it's one of those things. He came last week for his look round, and I said to the owner he should improve on that from last week, and yeah, he has. He's only been in the kennel a little while. He's a lovely dog, only young, injured for about 10 or 12 weeks. Got him off of Barry O'Sullivan, came to me in fantastic nick, couldn't fault the way he come to me, and we've gone from strength to strength for the dog, and he can only get better.
This is Brinkley's Butler.
Brinkley's Butler, yes.
And in all seriousness, brilliant, well done.
Well, thank you very much. The owner's delighted.
I know, I've just seen him. Now, we're going to talk about an old favourite, Kaluki, who actually was in the Juvenile Classic Final last year.
Yeah, he's me old favourite. He's had loads of problems. It was only like probably a week before the Derby. It was make or break. Do we run in the Derby or do we retire him? Been to Ireland twice to see Dennis Beery. Done everything we possibly could. Bought a new machine called the Shockwave machine, and since then he started to reward us with some consistent runs. I don't think he's ever going to be the dog he was, but the plan is last run today over 500, and then we're going to step him up to the 6 bends just to see what he does. We're looking forward to that. So hopefully, fingers crossed, all goes well with him as well.
Brilliant, Steve. Now, we all know how shrewd you are over the next day, week, whatever it may be. What can you throw our way?
Well, we've got a bitch in the kennel called Archwood Jim Tubbs, and she's absolutely what I call an exciting looking staying bitch. We got her very early at the sales at Sheffield for £4,000. She's won over the 480, she's won over the 630, and then we've given her a nice break. She had a couple of little niggles, so said to the owners, can I knock her off for a couple of months, which we've done. Had her checked out 2 weeks ago. She had her first trial last night at Monmore, done a wonderful 28.87 for a staying bitch, delighted. So onwards and upwards now, but that's one to be looking out for in the near future.
Steve, you're a superstar. I asked you not to wink and you didn't. Thanks for that.
You're welcome, Jason. Is that all right?
There you go. Jason getting all the insight there from Steve Lappage. Kaluki, as we head into this race, you can see New Inn Ranger odds on 8-11 favourite. Then you have next in Make It the Bear. Make It the Bear is representing Frank Gray, and last time we saw this was last Sunday. Make It the Bear finishing second to Mustang Sam.
Yeah, this was a really nice performance here. You know, we know that this dog has been so unlucky Just so unlucky. And he's been off injured for a little while. Didn't come out too well the other day. Showed a bit of pace up to the bench. Showed good pace on the second. Come to the Great One. Mustang Sam was running so well before the Derby. You know, this dog was absolutely flying. Got knocked out of the Derby and looks to be back to his best here. He's a dog that starts and for me gets his 500 pretty strongly. So I wasn't too surprised that Make It the Bear couldn't pick it up. But this was a good performance and, you know, very consistent sort.
Yeah, Make It the Bear, along with Cantha Jack, are my defence against Newham Ranger. Make It the Bear, I'm hoping will build on that run behind Mustang Sam, having done that 4:25 sectional, will build on that run and come out with certainly some zest. So you saw, as Rose said, kept with Mustang Sam. That's got to be nothing but heartening. You got in trap 1, Cantha Jack, who's won 12 of 53. This is a greyhound that performs well here at Towcester. If you look at his form on the 16th of July, beat Glideaway Hugo, who we saw winning our first race today. Not only did beat Glideaway Hugo by 5 or so lengths. So that is, I like both 1, 4. And I'm hoping that between them, one of them could take on the favourite, Newham Ranger, who's now into 8 to 11. Rose?
Yeah, I'm with the 5, the Newham Ranger. A very short price, but I think he's a classy sort. I think Make It the Bear will edge in slightly from the 4 box and could give Newham Ranger all the room in the world. But there is money coming here for Make It the Bear into 9 to 4. Newham Ranger for me just got a great draw in trap 5 here. The only middle seeded greyhound in the race. I thought ran really well last week. We could have 29-29 in defeat. Which, you know, is very good, and the 4:25 it replicated Make It the Bear's sectional and still went 30 spots faster. I think that, you know, it's a good chance here for Newham Ranger.
That's why he is 8 to 11. Cantha Jack out to 11 to 2. Kaluki at 7. Spartan Wolf at 14. Make It the Bear at 5 to 2. Newham Ranger now is easing to 4 to 5. We could be looking a bit later on through some bits and pieces of heats here and there from the Irish Derby last night. Mullingar betting, as I turn my piece of paper around, 5 to 4 is Phoenix Spectre, then 15 to 2 Hawkfield Dream, 12 is Drumrich Kitty, 6 to 4 Sunshine Willow.
No, Cool Mount Ruby.
Oh, of course, Cool Mount Ruby. Lucky you're here, Rose. I'm old and silly now. Cool Mount Ruby in the 4. Gainston Comet is 15 to 2, and Fahi Molly at 4 to 1. So as Rose said, the 4-dog Sunshine Willow does not run. Cool Mount Ruby is the reserve who ran well last time out. Cool Mount Ruby, if you check out the form on the reserves. So that's our show for Mullingar's next contest. Reminder earlier we had Liam Flynn on. He was going through his selections, all 3 won last week. He was making his pick, I think, with Nigeria v Ireland, Japan v Spain, and he went with the Matildas v Canada. Let's go across though to the Colonel for Towcester 311.
Traps burst open, the 3 slowly away. 2 gets the break there, and Kaluki there has just tried to take this first turn there, has got to muscle his way between the 5 and 1, and 1's having none of that, and Contoh Jack there for Adam Sir is now going to gallop down the back straight. Kaluki, to be fair to it, is kept with it and has about a length and a half to make up. 5 moves into second now, and looking the danger. Off the final turn and the big danger. 1 leads up there. That one is Contoh Jack. 5 trying to put it to it, Newham Ranger, but he holds on well. 1 beats the 5, 2 off the pace. Contoh Jack there for Mr. White, and Adams taking race 5, this Towcester Racecourse Standard.
Oh dear, I had to work hard there to beat Newham Ranger, because despite being bumped and bored, he was there all the way.
Yeah, it was a good break there by Kaluki, but good early pace on the inside by Contoh Jack, who's, you know, Kaluki's slightly edged off there. He's kind of a trap 3 dog realistically, and give plenty of room to Contoh Jack, who's took it, you know, quite pleasantly. But it was traps 2 and 5 who were forced to check around that second bend. 4 is such a frustrating dog. It has moved inwards. It's got nearly turned round at the first bend, comes with another run here between the 3rd and 4th and gets forced to check there at the 3/4 mark. And at this point, One's just had a great run off the front, been running really well, was a winner back on the 16th of July here and does it nicely yet again.
Camper Jack, that's a 13th win from 54 starts, beat the 5, New In Ranger, and 3rd was Kaluki, 1, 5 and 2. We head to our next race from Mullingar, which, well, their second race, I should say, rather than their next. Their second race at Mullingar, it's a 3:18. Grade for them a 6. We have Phoenix Spectre in trap 1 at 5-4, and now in the 4 box, as you can see, it's Cool Mount Ruby who is the reserve, and having checked the form, this greyhound I think won last time out. It's only had 3 starts and it looks as though it's a youngster on the up in Cool Mount Ruby, and the betting suggests it's going to be a big player in this contest. Phoenix Spectre, though, is the selection for me in the race. I made the big danger, Hawkfield Dream. That was before the reserve came in. Rose, what do you think?
I'm taking on the one here that is my lay of the day, Phoenix Spectre. Willing to take that one on here at 5-4 looks plenty short enough. The reserve coming in does slightly change things. But I think it's still got a brilliant chance to get this one beat. There's plenty of early pace and some dogs here that I think will show more early than Phoenix Spectre, and I'm not quite sure will come from behind a few of these, including Hawkfield Dream in trap 2. Cool Mount Ruby, as you said earlier, has been running extremely well for Connections. Hopefully can kind of continue that good run of form here. But yeah, just willing to take on the one. I can make cases of a few of them. Fahi Molly is one of them, a greyhound that, when this traps out and leads, it's a very hard dog to kind of knock off the bunny, so hopefully something like that happens. I couldn't select any in this race.
No.
I couldn't have anything. There was nothing that I fancied, and that was why at 5-4 I had to take on Phoenix Spectre, because I couldn't find myself fancying it. And there was quite a few at Towcester that were very short, but I just couldn't bring myself to
go
lay
against them. Yeah, no, certainly agree with you there. Phoenix Spectre, whose Rose is taking on, probably will have an issue going to the first bend with Hawkfield Dream, an experienced performer who's had 65 races now, winning 7, and broke through the 30 dead barrier last time, having had quite a few runs where it was all around 30-17, 30-10, 30 dead and on a roll. Certainly the splits are all around the 350 mark, whereas Phoenix Spectre is a similar kind of sectional. You can see it's very damp, isn't it, at Mullingar today. Cool Mount Ruby, kind of the unknown. The splits we've seen for that was in an once raced race was 371 and crowded first. Then it was a 357 and then a 361. And you think with the Cool Mount Ruby, it's a really talented sort that could progress. And as you said, Rose, is Fahi Molly on the outside. If the sectionals are to be believed with the 4, 6 is going to lead 4 up as well. So, and 3 is going to get inside the 4. So it's an intriguing contest for our 318 at Mullingar.
Yeah, Paul's been in touch.
Yeah, hi Paul.
Hi, Towcester have a fantastic £10,000 final on today's card, and with an increased crowd due to the summer holidays, this is a wonderful time to advertise our sport. I think an explanation from the racing manager should be received as to why he's able to find only 30 runners to fill the last 5 graded races on today's important card. There are 2 4-runner sprints and 2 5-runner sprints, and this does nothing to promote our sport, especially on a big race day like today. With only 5 graded races to fill, why have 4 sprints instead of 2 with 6 runners and a couple more 4 or 6-man graded races with 6 runners? One more point for discussion is, do you think that an A8 graded dog as was in the first race today, should be allowed to race in an open race when it's 1,000 to 1 to win. What would be said if the same dog was put in as a reserve in an A1 at Monmore? There needs to be some type of qualifying criteria, otherwise it's nonsense. That's from Paul Strong. I think anyone should be able to enter any dog in opens. It's up to the racing managers whether they pick them or not. Like you've already touched on, Paul, they are lacking dogs. They are struggling for dogs there, as is most tracks. I don't know if you saw the Crayford card yesterday morning. They had some good opens on and they had 3 dog races. You know, sometimes there is a shortage of dogs due to many reasons. Towcester are not immune to that, as you know, no track's immune. You'd struggle to find a single track that's got all 6 dog races on the card. So, you know, it's not great. I don't personally like sprints. Not, you know, as many as we have got today.
We've got a 3 dog race as well.
We have got a 3 dog race now as well in the A5. The 528 Sun Rover has been withdrawn from that. Look, I'm not a massive fan of sprinters. I can see what you're saying with, you know, put more 6 dog race on. We completely agree, but there's only actually one race where the races could have been combined. There's only one D3 on and neither of them have got a trap 6 in, so I don't know what you're combining there to make a 6 dog race. I think we kind of just... It's a state of play at the moment, unfortunately.
I'm with you, Rose. My biggest thrill was owning a dog that ran an open. I had lots of dogs.
I can see what he's saying, but at the end of the day, what would your criteria be? Because some tracks don't run A1s and A2s. They're like A5 dogs win opens at Harlow on a regular basis because that's their highest grade. You know, where would your criteria start and where would it end?
Yeah, my only open race was A4 dog at Wimbledon who went to Walthamstow for his only open. That was my biggest thrill, bless him. Hare is on the move at Mullingar.
Spectre, 2 Hawkfield Dream, 3 Drumrich Kitty, 4 is the reserve Coolmont Ruby, 5 Gainestown Comet, and 6 is Fahy Molly. Here comes the Hare. And away we go, and quite a level break, but 1 Phoenix Spectre and 3 Drumrich Kitty are going to go to the first bend together. Phoenix Spectre goes around about 2 lengths clear from 3 Drumrich Kitty, then 5 Gainestown Comet down the back straight. Phoenix Spectre opens up and he's gone 6 lengths clear, but here comes 5 out of pack. Gainestown Comet to try down on a challenge, but Phoenix Spectre could have put this to bed at the traps off the final bend. It's still Phoenix Spectre, 2 or 3 clear, moves a little bit wide but doesn't give any of them chance. Coming down the home straight, Phoenix Spectre for the Rileys is going to win. Phoenix Spectre wins 5 second, 4 third in a time of 30.04.
Yeah, 30.04 was the winning time for Phoenix Spectre, trained by Ian Riley. How ironic, Ian could have been parading the dog that ran the open for me. That's the irony. Yeah, you, unfortunately, you're late. You had the same scenario as me last night, whereas I napped a dog over 540 metres, got the lead, but there was no trouble behind, so they all come and stacked up behind me at the 5th bend, and that was it. I was beat.
Yeah, well, I mean, I looked at this thinking there was early pace on the outside. Yeah. Unfortunately, they've all missed it. 1 and 2 were the early pace, and you know, there was kind of going to be no battle on there, and track 1's won it easily. Look, it was the fastest dog in the race, but I'm a little bit disappointed in how poorly trap 6 has come out there.
Not only that, I mean, 3's come out, but there were others, potentially 4, and where was 6, as you say. 3:28 for Towcester is up for us next. We're heading for a break though, first of all, and after the break we will return to Jason just to see who's he got interviewing now.
Betfred presents Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
Oh, hello. Hiya. I was just thinking about what you were telling me about. Pure cremation. Were you? I might give him a ring. I mean, I don't want anything fancy when I go. And it's not just you lot I have to worry about, is it now? I just don't want my kids to have the stress or worry about the money.
Yes, exactly. Getting it sorted and paid for has taken a weight off my mind. It cost less than I expected, and now they...
Hey, Gran!
will be able to remember me the way they want to.
Find out why the UK's best-selling plan is the simple, fuss-free, pure cremation plan. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 13,000 reviews. Chat to our lovely people by calling now on 0800 160 1080 or visit purecremation.tv.
Enjoy crystal clear vision with Polar Optics HD, the stylish sunglasses that make everything you see come alive. The polarized lens technology enhances clarity and contrast whilst reducing harsh glares and reflections, helping reduce eye strain in bright sun. Perfect for driving or whenever you're outdoors. The wraparound design helps maximize eye protection, and the built-in magnetic clips helps keep them securely in place. See clearly in bright sunlight with Polar Optics HD from JML. Only $19.99 from Asda, Boots, Dunelm, Wilko and jmldirect.com.
I can look at 12 horses and the form all at once. Come on. The app is my paddock.
Once the race starts, we don't bother with cheers in our house.
When the race is on, I try to remain calm.
If it's possible to love a four-legged beast and a wee tiny man sitting on top of it, then I love you!
Boost your racing odds at ladbrokes.com.
I'll give you a clue. A Droopy's clue, who's got a big chance in the big race, the Juvenile Classic today. I'm here with Alex and Steve. Hello, Alex.
Hello, Jason, yeah.
And hello, Steve.
Hello there, all right.
Now, big chance today, drawn in trap one.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it does look like a good draw. But I think, looking at the race, it looks as though there's 4 dogs who probably need to lead and 2 who could probably back run. So hopefully we'll go around in a handy pitch. Hopefully we'll lead even better. But I think a big chance, yeah.
And has got experience from trap 1 round here. Ran into a Derby trial stake, a certain Brookside Ritchie.
Yeah, he's a young dog. He took time to get going. He's now finding his form a bit. He should win tonight. If he leads, he will win. That's as simple as that.
And already taken in the first 2 rounds, the de facto first round and the second round, some notable scalps as well. Coppice Kaiser and Ballymat John.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he actually came out well. We came out running on both those occasions. And, as I say, once he does turn that second bend in front, I don't think nothing's going to really pick it up. But he is a little bit inconsistent braking, so we're just hoping today that it's one of his good days. So if it happens, he'll be fine.
And did well to stay on last week and qualify?
Yeah, he's finished like a rocket, didn't he? He come from a long way back to finish. He'll probably get further in time. This is a very good dog.
And tipped up by Tony Bullen in the post.
Well, he's a good judge. I've heard he's a good judge, so let's hope he's right. Yeah.
You've heard it from him. Well, thanks very much to each of you. Best of luck, and just what we were saying before, and we didn't need Seamus, did we?
No, that's right. Where is he? Yeah.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
There you go, tipped up by none other than Tony Bullen. Philip Cornwall will be pleased. Mind you, saying that, Philip Cornwall, who regularly emails in, is a good and superb judge himself. 3:28 at Towcester, and you can see Hot Throttle. It's odds on 10-11 for this contest. Kethrow at 5-2, and Kethrow will enjoy trying to chase Hot Throttle. The pair of them recently and separately met Milton Bang On. And that might be a key line of form for the pair of them. But we know Kethrow's style of running. Rose, who do you like here?
I'm with Hot Throttle on the inside. I think he's a classy sort. I think he's well drawn with the vacant box in trap 2. But KBS has commented on YouTube. Remember, we are streaming live there. Like, comment and subscribe. He is with trap 3 here in this next race at Towcester. So keep those selections coming in on our YouTube.
Yes, excellent. Hearing from you all. I am to Sydney. Looks a big sort as he goes into the traps. I'm just hoping that Hot Throttle does get a little bit of a length or so ahead, more than normal, going around the first bend. Kethro, though, finished strong. I'll be there or thereabouts. Finished strongly last week behind Milton Bang On in that very first race. Or I say last week, on Tuesday, in the very first race of the card. Move It Molly in the 4. I am to Sydney and Make It Flow, who's looking for a third win from just 8 starts. Let's go to the Colonel.
The 3:28, the Towcester Racecourse Maiden, go without 2, Jolly in 1, and off and racing they go. Go past this stands on this Sunday afternoon. Rather a damp Sunday afternoon, but dry at the moment. 1 and 5 having a bit of a tussle there. 3 trying to take the advantage of that and scratch the paintwork. 5 will still lead, though, the 5. Kethro leads there, the second favourite. Leads by a good length and a towel from 1. Hot Throttle, you jolly, coming with a run now. Switching to the inside is the favourite. 3 on the inside as well. 5 pulls a bit more out. 5, 1 and 3. Trap 5, Ayamza Sydney. For John Mullins, they are confirming it with a photo.
I Am to Sydney is the victor. Very strange contest in the fact that, well, 5 was just showing grit and determination and 1 just couldn't get out of 5's way. A pair of them are big sorts, Rose.
Yeah, 1's moved off on them and it's come out well, moved off. It's probably lost 2 lengths by edging outwards. Didn't really crowd anything but lost some ground. And then was battled on with I Am to Sydney, who I think was maybe keeping that greyhound in. Around the first and second bends, and at this point you thought Kethro was coming with a good run here, but just seemed to ease off slightly with the Hot Throttle. But I Am to Sydney got his first win on these shores here, has previously been winning at Dundalk and Shelburne, has been over the longer distance, so maybe we shouldn't be too surprised at how well it's run on.
Yeah, nice. Look at them all close together there. 5, 3-1. Beats the 1, 10 to 11 favourites. Just 5 ran. The vacant trap was trap 2. Break time for us. We're heading for a break, and when you rejoin us, let's return to Mullingar, and it's for their third race, the 3:37.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses. What are you doing? Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
Our pets help us feel better, happier. Let's do the same for them with Frontline Plus, the UK's best-selling flea and tick protection for our best friends.
This isn't an ad for a car manufacturer. And it's not an ad for a car show with 3 blokes in it either. This is about you. Winning your dream car, a load of cash, or both. What? Yes! Enter now at botb.com and you could be next.
The UK's first human heart transplant has been completed, supported by the British Heart Foundation.
We were a noisy generation. But it might be something quiet we do that becomes our greatest legacy. Leave a gift in your will to the British Heart Foundation and fund groundbreaking research that could help save millions of lives. Search BHF Wills.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Want betting on the horses that leads from the front? You're on. With live streaming of racing 24/7 from around the globe. And daily offers, including extra places, 3 Uniboosts a day, and our best odds guaranteed. You're on. Plus today, get money back as cash if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd on selected races. Unibet, you're on.
Welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV, race 3 on the card for Mullingar this afternoon. The 337. It's an A3 grade and very tricky as always. Alamo Spartacus is 4-1 in 1. Martin Stownell is in 2 at 2.6. Barking Mad in 3, looking for a 7th victory, is 15-2. Linger on Buzz in 4. Peachtree Lad in 5. And Home Fear in the 6th box at 4-1. Not easy. My pin came down on the 4, Linger on Buzz. Rose.
Yeah, I thought this was a really tough race here. I ended up going with trap 3, Barking Mad at a big price. Just thought he's a dog that, you know, an older greyhound now, but has been running consistently well. Was a winner last time out here at Mullingar. That was in A5. Does get a 2-grade uplift, but I was hoping that could kind of boost an old dog's confidence and hopefully get a good run out of it. But I just thought this was pretty wide open, to be honest. And fingers crossed, you know, it will be a competitive race because it looks to be on paper. Trap 1 I thought was quite a big danger here. Another strong running greyhound who has been kind of really strongly contesting in this grade of late. But yeah, trap 3 for me, Barking Mad.
Barking Mad has been a nap of mine in the past. Barking Mad, she's a reliable sort. She's won 6 of her 41, a winner last time out as well, and that split of 3:38 reads supremely well. That was literally coming through the bars, you would have thought, with that kind of split, and it was rewarded with a 29.20. And if you look at the card on recent runs, then 2 certainly could match it, having chased down Brigadier Jacks last time out, and you can pick out a couple from the 1, Alamo Spartacus. He's has done a few 29.20s on the card.
Had an email in from Mark. Dear Rose and Tanya, I'm hoping for mention in commentary from the Colonel of the famous Carp Lake at Towcester. Has Jason, who likes mischief, taken his fishing rod to have a cast after racing? Gooseberry in season, flavoured bodilies will work on a hair rig there tonight. A fine film feature for those behind the scenes. Sporting Bombay 0 today. Test match is going all wrong. I can't watch it. All the best. That's from Mark.
Yeah, I haven't seen what's going on. Not too far from us, I shall say, at the Oval, but when I got in, no wicket had gone. I should think that's a little... No, it's still the same, and a little bit of rain has intervened now. I was thinking the Oval wasn't going to give a result for other reasons, not the weather that it was going to intervene. However, don't despair. For me, the Kiwis are coming. So in September, I'm going to be very happy. The Kiwis are here, and I'm already ready for them. I think they're at the Oval, and definitely I'm there for them at Old Trafford. It shall be great fun. But yes, it's glad that you've now tuned into us, courtesy of a little bit of drizzle at the Oval. We bid a fond farewell to Stuart Broad for all his hard work and all those wickets. I think it was 602. Started coming round to have a look at them at Mullingar. Hares on the move.
Almo Spartacus, 2 Martinstown Ellie, 3 Barking Mad, 4 Lingron Buzz, 5 Peachtree Lad, and 6 is Home Fia. And away we go in race 3, and 1 and 3 show good early pace. 5 and 6 are at the back into the first bend. 3, 4 with 1 in behind, and 2, 5 and 6 off the second bend down the back straight. It's trap 4, Lingron Buzz with 1 Almo Spartacus, and 3 pitching in there. That's Barking Mad down to the third bend. It's still trap 4, Lingron Buzz, gone about 2 lengths clear from 1 Almo Spartacus and 3 Barking Mad off the final bend down the home straight. It's 4 Lingron Buzz, and Almo Spartacus trying to throw down a challenge, and very close. Looks like 4-1 to me, but very close. We leave that to the judge in a time of 29.74.
They were wide across the track there. Was it 1? Was it 4? Oh dear.
I don't know how you can see from behind personally.
It's impossible.
I'm not making any call from that camera angle.
It's impossible. And just accentuates just how hard it is at Mullingar. After watching the previous race there, I thought today was going to be a front runner's track. So rubbing my hands together with Barking Mad. Not the case now, because 4 and 1 are soon on the case, Rose.
Yeah, it was swamped, wasn't it, round that second bend, and 4 and 1 went round the outside and showed great pace down the back. 1 just slightly crowds out, Barking Mad, but I think the damage had already been done, and trap 4's shown a great bit of early pace. Was, you know, on the downgrade, it's fair to say, but has done it really nicely here. A good performance there, and 1's ran on strongly. It was close in the end, but all I can say is that 2 was third.
That's a brilliant way. Yeah, well, the result was I press a button and it breaks. It's not my fault today, I'm glad. We will get the result as and when. Yeah, the old graphics, I'm great at that, pressing the buttons. So the gremlins are abound. What we're going to do very shortly, we've seen Distant Emma win already at Monmore. We're going to take a look at Monmore. There's so much going on, as Rose has said earlier. This afternoon we had Hove last night, Oxford with the Pall Mall. We got the Irish Derby at Shelbourne, and now we can confirm the last result. The graphics have consented to work 4, 1 and 2, 22.51 and 43.55. So 4, that was Lingron Buzz, who held off Almo Spartacus down the home straight. Let's go to Monmore last night. And this, what we're looking at Monmore last night. Here you go. Here is the Pallias the Walrus Birthday Stakes. It was over 480 metres. Crafty Chavoo was odds on 4-11 in this.
Yeah, you've got the Irish Oaks winner in a maiden race. What can you even say? Trapped out really well. Showed a good bit of early pace, led round that first bend, never really in too much danger here. It was a good performance by the winner. I think it was 28.05 the winning time here, so a really good performance on the night as well. Did it impressively, showed great early pace, pinned the lids, and you know, a really tidy performance.
Yeah, very tidy, and that's another matter, how it's in a maiden event. Now let's go to 264 metres at Monmore. Gauguin Jet was odds on 1-4 favourite, Rose.
Yeah, this is, you know, he loves it here, hates Towcester and loves it here, what can you say? Shows great early pace, it leads around that first bend, absolutely chops that first bend as always. Luckily, he is clear and he does it so comfortably. 1-4, yep, he is just an absolute sprinting machine.
He's Mr. Monmore, just loves it, isn't he? It's just a joy to watch at Monmore, as Rose said, not the greatest of fan of Towcester. Well, we've already seen Distant Emma win at Mullingar, and Owen in the back is very kindly delving out another winner of yours from last night, and that is Stevie Knows, who we saw at Towcester. He was brave at Towcester in a couple of his performances there. Go back to Mullingar though last night. Was that a race where you had 2 in the race, or
no? He was well, I had 2 in that race that we've just seen.
Yeah.
I had 2 against. I had 2nd and 3rd behind Craftsy, Chivaro. So we were 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
I pretty much won. Yes. Take away that winner, that a terrific bitch that found herself running in that maiden. It was a really good performance. It was a really good few opens at Mullingar. Not as many opens as we've seen in recent weeks, it's fair to say. I think we only managed to find 5 or 6 dogs to go, 5 or 6 races, which was a bit of a shame. There's been some great opens, but like we're saying, there's opens everywhere. There was opens at Yarmouth as well last night. Everywhere, up and down the country. Everyone's putting opens on, some great racing, which is good to see. I like to see, not just opens on the same tracks every week, so it's good to see some other tracks getting involved. Newcastle had some on Thursday night. So brilliant to see kind of the open racing spreading nationwide rather than southern-wise.
From Billy Brennan on Tuesday, Towcester are thinking or have got opens that they're holding on Tuesday, so we'll see if they get entry for Tuesday opens. That'll be intriguing. Now you can see they are coming out on the track at Towcester, but we can have a look at Mullingar last night. Stevie Knows, was he trap 4? I'm hearing, Rose, yeah?
Yeah, trap 4 here. This was a good performance. Trap 2 was a very classic greyhound, Burnchurch Mick for Richard Rees. And, he did it right from the boxes, but Stevie Knows, I think this dog will stay. He was bought to be a sprinter, and he isn't. So, he's running so well at the minute. That's his 2nd win in his last 3 runs, I think it is, there at Towcester. He won at Sheffield as well. This dog's running really well round Mullingar. He did 28-15 last night. I thought that was a really good performance for him. I think he'll maybe get a slightly longer distance, so it'll be exciting to see him. He ran well in the Derby. That was kind of when we knew he could take that step up. He'd won a lot of A1s at Sheffield, but when he went to the Derby and kept qualifying, you could see that he was capable of slightly better.
Yeah, nice dog. Corn Off Crow is odds on here, and 2.2 on the exchanges, or on Betfair I should say. Make It Magical comes in at 5-2 into 2-1. Let's have a look though at Corn Off Crow, but we have to go back to the 24th of June. That is 5 runs ago, and this is from Mullingar.
Yeah, this was a good performance here. Actually beats Longacre's Bullet in this VT. This is a good performance over that longer 6-bend distance at Mullingar. Good performance, led all the way, was 4-9 on this occasion. Very impressive performance. This is its last win. Has had a few runs where it's been turned over at relatively short prices. But this was a good run here. Gutsy went on score by 3 1/4 lengths from Longacre's Bullet, who I thought had, despite a little bit of early crowd, and had ran really well in defeat. I just can't see it turning the tables on Kuna Crow here. Troy Bellatrix is another ground that I find quite interesting, drifted out to 8-1 here, but has been kicking it in quite high class at Yarmouth and should hopefully have a little bit of 4-bend pace to go with these. Make It Magical was a winner of a 7-12, I think that was a maiden last time out, in a times 43-47. Which, it is going to be there or thereabouts, but I just think that there's too much pace inside, and I think that pace will come from Kuna Crow.
I've just gone with 1, Corn Off Crow. Just kept it simple in this contest, mind you. Longacre's Bullet, I thought, would be good for the forecast on a hat trick. Now Longacre's Bullet, and did the 43.58, beating Glory Liz here last time. I see Danny's tweeted she's had a week off, and Danny's put lovely week off, now back to reality on a delayed train. #train woes. Looking forward to be back on RP Greyhounds again though, so there's a clue. It's Danny Jackson this evening with Joe Keneally and Dave Gray. Won't be long before Dave Gray's in the studio. I think his debut is on August the 7th.
Yeah, not long to go.
Not long to go to see Dave in the studio. That'll be great scenes.
It'll be interesting for some more train woes with another one coming from the north.
That's it, yeah. More hashtag train woes. Big time. Train woes.
It feels like RPGTV versus trains at the moment.
It did, yes. Yesterday was great. Last train for me yesterday was 10 a.m. for my stint.
Well, there was no 11 p.m. train on Friday night, so I ended up going to Sheffield.
Yeah.
Which, if anyone knows, that route is horrible. Compared to the Doncaster one.
Yes, Derby.
Yeah.
Leicester,
Stops
Derby.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah. Not a fan of that one, St Pancras up to Sheffield. Coonhoff Crow then 10 to 11. This opened up 5 to 6. Evens 11 to 10. Longacres Bullet at 7 to 2. Snooty Rose, big price at 22 to 1. Tory Bellatrix. This one has had one win, and that was here last Sunday in a 44-17. But if you match that to Longacres Bullets 43-58 or 43-48 at Coonhoff Crow, you see the big disparity. And then Make It Magical's won 2 from 4. They are all in. The Colonel's got to call them home.
Players go without 5. Often Racing, the 5 of them now burst out the lids for this Towcester Racecourse Stayers. And who's going to set the pace? Well, the 6, Make It Magical there for that man, Frank Gray, is now going to set the pace of the race. And Catch Me If You Can tactics. 6 goes round the 4th last bend. The stripes of Make It Magical down the far side of the track. Already a winner at 2 from 4 starts. Leads there for the Make It Syndicate and for Frank Gray. Long from the 3, Snooty Rose there for Craig Williams, the Swindon Raider. 6 just trying to hold this 3 at bay. Has still got a length to spare 6. Make It Magical. Cavalry are beginning to charge, but far too late. And it is Make It Magical from 3 and the 4 in a photo for second. But it's a pillar-to-post victory for that man, Frank Gray, and his mob of Make It Magical.
Here you go, wave that wand, and Frank Gray obliges with a Make It Magical. She's now won 3 of 5 starts. She was out on the outside and she's just stolen a march on them, and it wasn't till late that they started to close, as the Colonel said in commentary, Rose.
Yeah, that was a really nice performance there by Making It Magical. It showed great early pace, and 1 and 2 have crowded each other around that first turn. But Coonhoff Crow, ran on again, but just struggled here this afternoon. But 6 has done nothing wrong whatsoever, only a youngster. In October 21, you'll definitely see this one improving in the coming weeks. Could become a Sunday afternoon regular.
Yeah, could indeed be called that. That is Make It Magical beating the 3-dog Snooty Rose. I think it was 6-3-4 in the end at Towcester. And I wonder what the time will be as well. They all kind of concertinaed at the end for the places. They're 6 beats 3, 2 to 1 and 22 to 1. 5 dogs ran. The 5 box was vacant. We're now heading for a break, and when you rejoin us, we'll be back to Mullingar.
And here's today's favourite, number 4, First to Feel Rain. And you can see why, Gina.
He hasn't got the most attractive head, but he has an impressive turn of foot for his size.
He must be 20 hands at least. He has moved stables a lot.
Just loves the big occasion.
Featurette stud, Gina?
Not sure, Matt. Unlikely to be wanted for breeding. Worthy favourite, Matt?
Definitely the favourite, Gina.
Don't feel like a punter, feel like a favourite with great offers on the Paddy Power app.
Enjoy crystal clear vision with Polar Optics HD, the stylish sunglasses that make everything you see come alive. The polarized lens technology enhances clarity and contrast whilst reducing harsh glares and reflections, helping reduce eye strain in bright sun. Perfect for driving or whenever you're outdoors. The wraparound design helps maximize eye protection, and the built-in magnetic clips helps keep them securely in place. See clearly in bright sunlight with Polar Optics HD from JML. Only $19.99 from Asda, Boots, Robert Dias, Wilco and JMLdirect.com.
What if you had the money to help your family out when they need it most? Well, with an equity release mortgage from Key, you could access some of the money tied up in your home to give to your loved ones now. Whether that's to help them buy their first home or simply to pass on an early inheritance. So visit keylaterlife.co.uk to see how we could help you help your family. Key, for the life in later life.
Take control of your places with Each Way Extra from Bet365. Each Way Extra lets you increase or decrease the number of places when you decide to bet each way. Get more places at lower odds or take less places for a bigger price. Welcome to Bet365, the world's favorite online betting brand.
"15 minutes away from the Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic. That's due off at 4:08. We can see, though, we can head into race 4 at Mullingar. It's a vacant trap in 2. Trapper Kayla taken out, so that is vacant. 6 to 4 each, Aintree Magic and Phoenix Jewel. I went with Phoenix Jewel, but now might sort of scamper away to Nurse here. Rose, what did you think of this 357 from Mullingar?
I'm with the only seeded greyhound in the race, Phoenix Jewel, on the outside. Knowing my luck, I've probably laid the wrong Phoenix dog, because that pretty much sums my luck up at the moment.
Yeah.
But Phoenix Jewel, yeah, on the wide outside. I think there could be trouble here on the inside with a few of these moving in, including Aintree Magic in trap 5, who I do think comes out slightly better from the outside, but I think will edge in and could hopefully give Phoenix Jewel a clear run on the wide outside.
So Phoenix Jewel looking for a first success, but is only January 2022. Trained by Ian Riley, who we've seen has already had a winner today. Has Ian, this is out of Burgess Bucks and Stories Breeze, and a youngster with the utmost promise in 6. Up against it, a 6-4 favourite is Aintree Magic, out of Dorota's Wildcat and Trey Dotty. This greyhound has yet to win in 16 tries. He's placed on 7 occasions. Pictures from Mullingar just really confirm it's a bit drizzly and miserable there, and the parades have been a little bit foreshortened, understandably. Dromrich Lassie in 4, another maiden, but it's only had 6 starts. Then you've got Cardi Lily, who we've seen on plenty of occasions, and Nurse in the 1 box, 1 win from 19. As we said, only about 10 minutes or so to our big final today, the Juvenile Classic, which is bringing to a close a phenomenal weekend of open racing. And don't forget, we've got the Irish Focus on Wednesday, so there'll be lots to review on that Irish Focus on Wednesday. Lots and lots of Irish Greyhound Derby heats. Had you seen any of those? I mean, it's silly. I mean, there's so much to get across.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's just so much happening at the same time, but it's great to see so much racing going off. And the other good thing is that apparently next week we will see the installation of the 6-bend sprint traps for Oxford as well.
Oh, brilliant.
That was announced, and that was announced yesterday, so that's great to see. You know, some variety. It was a great card there last night, a great Pall Mall winner. And yeah, fingers crossed the track can just go from strength to strength, because it really does deserve to. It had its problem with the traps previously. But it is a great circuit, and a £20,000 non-televised race is just absolutely phenomenal.
It was, yeah. Let's have the variety.
Yeah,
bit more variety.
It's great to see a track putting back in. So hopefully that continues.
Here we go then. The 357 from Mullingar. Started checking them over.
First, 2 is Vacant, 3 Cardi Lily, 4 Drumrich Lassie, 5 Aintree Magic, and 6 is Phoenix Jewel. Here comes the hare for race 4. And away we go, and 5 kind of jumps out, but is up there with 6 on the outside into the first bend and around the first bend. 5 and 6. 5 takes about 2 lengths out of 6, then 3, 4 and 1 down the back straight. Aintree Magic is about a length clear from 3 Cardi Lily for Pat Doran, and then 6, 4 and 1 look out of it into the third bend. It's Aintree Magic for Jimmy Slevin, the Maestro and Avon, a couple of lengths clear from 3 and 6 off the final bend. Aintree Magic with Pat Doran's. Cardi Lily trying to throw down the challenge, but Aintree Magic is gonna win. Aintree Magic wins. Phoenix Jewel second, Cardi Lily third in a time of 30.52.
Yeah, 30.52, and earlier we had a 29.78. The difference obviously in grades, and 5's kind of skewed out of the traps there.
Yeah, it looked for the insides, and the 6 has come out well, but 5 was brave into that first turn, managed to scoot on and avoid that crowding. It kind of pushed him forward. A great performance there. First win for that greyhound, so owners definitely, connections definitely deserve that one. Now 1 from 17, so great to see. He could potentially come forward for that run, and great to see it on the score sheet.
Yeah, Aintree Magic, there's plenty of that, don't worry about. Well named, the greyhound. Aintree Magic then your winner. 5 goes on, and I think the commentator says that 6 had snatched second place from through. We'll give you the confirmation when that does come through, but it's so tricky from behind the line. Yeah, it looks as though 5, 6 and 3. This evening, we will hopefully have Danny Jackson and Joe Keneally covering Henlow and Harlow. There you go, 12 races. Harlow will start at 6.09, going through to 9.28, with Henlow 6.17 through to 9.18. And Dave Gray will be doing the calls from Henlow and giving all the analysis for both venues as well, remotely. Let's have a look at any non-runners. Oh, dearie me. There are 4 at Henlow. And 7.07 trap 4, Sharon Rasheen is a non-runner. That is vacant. So too in the 8.23 trap 2, Savannah Raven. 8.43 trap 1, Morrow Sunset. And the 9.18 trap 3, Blue Sensation. All those 4 non-runners, and they are vacant traps. 4 non-runners and vacant traps. And then this evening, of course, in a couple of hours' time, these are the prices for the Trap Challenge this evening. This is Harlow and Henlow, and wide open there. Trap 2, 130. Then Trap 6 at 7-2. 4 each, 1 and 4, and 9-2 the 3. 10-1 the 5 dog. Harlow and Henlow, that is the prices for the Trap Challenge this evening. Yes, it's going to be really exciting, the action this evening. Thick, really fast, but now we head to our big race of the day. This is the Juvenile Classic. It's £10,000 to the winner. The second gets £1,000 and the others get a monkey each. So well done to all of those. They've attained posse in the final. Tony Bullen goes with trap 1. Let's see how they got there. First of all, let's have a look at Righty. And Righty in this semi was running from trap 3.
Yep, this was a good win here from Righty, beating Cophouse Warrior in 5 into second, and Droopy's Clue in 2 was third. Righty was very brave around that first bend, just shoves its way around. An extremely consistent performer, is 6 from 14 and has been in the second place 4 times as well. Terrific greyhound, missed that trouble, and Droopy's Clue got an awful lot of trouble at that third bend but ran on so strongly, and it was a great performance by all 3 of these greyhounds. Cophouse Warriors going into this at a huge price, but has done absolutely nothing wrong since kind of going to Towcester in this, yet to win round there in this competition, but has been running so well. Is 1 from 11, but that win did come at Swindon in a very quick time as well. So definitely more to come from Copper Swarry. Droopy's Clue, we know plenty about that greyhound. A terrific dog, August 21, so the perfect age for this competition. Very similar to Righty, who, like we said, has won 5 on the bounce now, was a finalist of the Gym Crack not too long ago as well. So terrific to see those lining up here.
Let's have a look at semi-final 2. This is Coppice Rocket and indeed New Destiny.
Yep, Coppice Warrior from Track 5 on this occasion beats New Destiny in 3 here into second place. Got badly crowded there, New Destiny, who was your 1-4 favourite on that occasion. Got crowded around that first bend, ran on so strongly for second. Bombay Zero was in Trap 2 here. You can see really does challenge Coppice Rocket for the first few bends of the race, but was forced to check itself there at that third turn. Rallies again though to qualify in third, but New Destiny shows plenty of pace running on for second, but you know, take nothing away from the eventual winner, Coppice Rocket, who did it very well off the front. Very consistent as well, has got a 4 dead sectional on its card here at Towcester, which is absolutely phenomenal. So be excited to see if it can replicate that again. But it's hard to look between you know, the 1 and the 4 here, isn't it? But I just think on the draw, Droopy's Clue here has a terrific chance. I'm a little bit worried about New Destiny clearing Righty, who is on the drift now, out to 7-1. So I'm willing to take a chance on Droopy's Clue here. Purely draw based. I think New Destiny is better from the middle of the track, if I'm brutally honest, but I think that Righty can just really hold that pitch up to the first bend.
Yeah, and Mr. Bullen, who wrote in the paper, has gone with Droopy's Clue, and I think it's as much as anything the draw as well from Tony Bullen. As Rosa said, the draw is key. We're hearing the weather isn't great. We've seen it already. The weather isn't great. The weather isn't great in London either, and it's worse. So if it heads across any sort of speed to Towcester for later on this afternoon for the latter races, I don't suppose I'll have any parades at all. It is raining there now, as the Greyhounds are imminently going to come out on to the parade. Droopy's Clue then, 7 wins from 13 for Seamus Cahill's Greyhound. Was third to New Destiny back on the 24th of June, but got in all sorts of trouble prior to that. Was put in some really superb performances at Hove, and here they are coming out on parade, our heroes and our heroines. Bombay Zero, Paul Young, well, can he have a great double, a Springbok and a Juvenile Classic? We shall see. Righty, representing John Mullins, who was in good humour when he spoke to Jason early doors. We will soon be heading to our camera, who's bravely out there in the weather. Oh, beautiful shots, and I just adore these close-up shots. It just brings character to our heroes and heroines, and Droopy's Clue there on parade. And these are nervy times for connections.
Yeah, absolutely. There'll be plenty of nervous people on those stands there, but all these are here on merit. You know, this is technically the third round, but realistically this is the 4th round here that we're going into. They've had 4 rounds of this competition that have all more than earned their place in this final. That was someone sneezed probably, or someone shouted down the track, or sneezed if you heard that sudden outburst. And Sean Gibbons has emailed in to say Droopy's Clue is his next best. Jimmy Fennick will be quite pleased in the striped jacket, reminding him of his love of Newcastle, won't he? He'll be quite pleased with that.
Yes, he will. Yeah. Jimmy will be in great heart. He loves the Geordies. There's an advert, I was waiting at the bus stop today, saying that Newcastle should be considered in the Big Six in the Premier League. We shall see. They did some kind of fan survey. Here you go. Yes, the cameraman doing sterling work here. Oh, yes, and we've got the wipe out. That's fair enough. He doesn't know that we were on him. He hasn't got a tally light on him. In fairness, that's the little light.
That's a better picture. We're glad he used the wipe now.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Oh no, is he getting positioned for the traps? It's fair dues for wearing the shorts and then trying to wear a beanie as well. That's a good double up. So New Destiny's 11 to 10. There's some great shots of these greyhounds behind the boxes. These youngsters before they are loaded in. Finally, Rose, once again, who do you like here?
And with Droopy's Clue based on the draw here, I can take, all these dogs deserve to be here. New Destiny's, been really, really terrific since kind of joining the MWD partnership of Mark Wallace. But I'm just a little bit worried about the draw on the outside of Righty, but it ran on so well last week, New Destiny, that you can see it even coming from behind a few of these. But I just like, if Droopy's Clue got itself into a handy enough position, it will be there or thereabouts. And I don't think that I think it's one of the dogs that New Destiny can't pick up.
Yeah, they are being loaded. All quiet. New Destiny's 2.34. There you go. Let's go to the Colonel.
The hare is on the spin for this Juvenile Classic Final. £10,000 to the winner. Hare's approaching, off and racing, and 3 got the break. Righty there for John Mullins, has stole a couple of lengths out of the field. 2, Bombay Zero's going to chase hard in second. We've got a 2-length gap back to 1, Droopy's Clue there for Seamus Cahill. Then 5, Capice Warrior. 4, New Destiny, trying to make some ground up now, but Righty has gone now, and the bird might be flown. 3 leads there from 1, trying to close in on the wire, and does so. 1 and 3 crash past together. Droopy's Clue has just got up there for Seamus Cahill to deny Righty the victory in this Juvenile Classic Final. And looks like 5 back in third.
Oh, Droopy's Clue comes through a bit Antigua Sugar-like from last year. That was a really late flourish by Droopy's Clue, and your selection, Rose.
Yeah, it was how I expected it to go, really, with Righty trapping out. I expected New Destiny to come out slightly better, but it was Droopy's Clue who won in a winning time of 29.19 as well. So he's done it on the clock too. A great performance there by Droopy's Clue to pick up late Righty, who's done an awful lot of running. Even Bombay Zero at this point put itself in with a challenge, but just tried to make a move at the wrong time and was just forced to check there and lost maybe a length or 2. But trap 1 here, Droopy's Clue, has absolutely flown home, bounced Bombay Zero out the way, and has done it exceptionally well.
Yeah, congratulations to Rose, Sean Gibbons next best, and Tony Bullen in the Racing Post today. He flagged up Droopy's Clue as well. 1, 3 and 5. 2 to 1. The winner beats the 3 dog at 6 to 1, and third was the 5 at 25 to 1. 14.52 and TriCast 89.23. 1, 3 and 5. And obviously at some point Jason will no doubt brave the weather and head out and interview
or harass, depending on how you think of it.
The connections regarding their success. Congratulations all involved with Droopy's Clue. What a brilliant success that was, and good performance by Righty as well. Now we head to Mullingar. This is the 4.17, and you can see the betting there. Home Cormac in 2s, 5 to 4 favourite. So Born Hero in 1 at 7 to 2. This one has had 4 starts, been second once and third twice. Home Cormac at 5 to 4, Dromridge Tiny at 7, Jackson Arena at 6, Horseleap Zoe at 3, and Henno's Lola is at 5 to 1. I've gone with a favourite here, Home Cormac in the 2 box, and we can have a early look. And this was from a couple of weeks ago, and it was finishing second on July the 16th behind Phoenix Jasmine.
Yeah, this is a great performance here. I thought did plenty of running on this occasion, and it was very brave around the first turn. I think he's much better drawn here in 2. Braved it well, a very good performance. Just didn't have enough left in the tank when Phoenix Jasmine came knocking, but only November 21. Still a puppy for another few months, and I think this ground is capable of trapping better than it did on that occasion, so hopefully the switch into trap 2 will help it get round that first bend unscathed.
Yeah, that was a nice performance there by Home Cormac, and edging back closer to the rails. Maybe of great assistance. Born Hero in 1 is run well in its 4 starts as well. Then we've got Dromage Tiny, as we said, looking for the splits. I mean, this could be an all-the-way victory for the 2, Rose.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's one of those, isn't it, where it got beat last week, it got picked up after going, fair enough, it went miles clear last time out, should I say, sorry. But I think it's got a good chance here of kind of keeping up that gallop. I don't think there's too much here that could do the 29.68 that it did when it got beat. And I don't think there's too much you can pass it. If it can get a clearer run around the first bend, I'm sure it will go even further clear and hopefully make all this week, because it did plenty of running to get to the front even after missing the break slightly, getting crowded around the first bend, and then just had to assert around the outside around the second and did it nicely in the end. But there was just close finishes coming in behind him, but I don't think there is that today, so hopefully he can just keep pulling more.
Yeah, Home Cormac, then trap 2 for the studio. Any emails at all yet, Rose?
Keith Montague's been in touch, dear Tanya and Rose. Rose, well done on your 2 winners at Monmore last night in Distant Em and Stevie Knows, and totally agree that Crafter Shavara, winner of the Irish Oak, should not be in a maiden. Something needs to be changed in this department. Watching and reading the news over here in Ireland that London has expanded the emission zone, therefore restrictions on vehicles entering at certain times. Surely this will impact on Romford for the open race on Friday nights and other tracks like Crayford and Harlow, even the journey to a Hove track. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, it probably will. It probably will.
Yes. My father is, like many people, in the predicament that if he drives out of the top of his road, he will be £12.50 a journey.
Yeah.
He'll be in the Ulis zone. He's just literally got to drive to the top of his road and then either turn left or right, and he's part of that. And he's well aware, but seeing that these journeys day in, day out, everything, you work so hard, tirelessly so hard, and another thing to impact us, isn't
Well, that's the thing. I think even we use Daniel Doherty, the vet, for he did distant podgers, Harkey did a 10 and out for the week before that. We go down to him quite regular, and he will now be in that zone. He's nowhere near London, but he is in that zone now. So it's £12.50 every time we go to him. It probably will put some people off. If you're going with a few dogs that you don't know how they'll suit Romford, that type of thing, or if you're looking for a trial, would you go down for a trial day when you've got to pay, or would you go straight into the opens and get paid for the trial, and hopefully that pays for the charge? It's going to be tricky. I mean, I don't know where it starts and where it ends. I'm not very London savvy. I just know that the girls at the vets, when I last went, were moaning about it. They will impact there as well.
We understand the cause and what they're trying to do, but unfortunately for the cause, it's impacting us at the time that our pockets are suffering the most, and you're having, to the extreme, people are having to decide between eating and heating, and it's, yes.
It makes no sense when there's so many other big cities that don't have anything like it, even in the centre of the city. No. There's an emission zone in Sheffield, but the only people that have to pay, if they're, is it E6? If they're not E6 or E5 or whatever it is, the only people it actually impacts are van drivers and lorry drivers. So if you're driving a car, a normal person, it doesn't bother. It impacts business. So why does it have to be every single vehicle in London?
Yeah. They are going behind the traps, a 417 at Mullingar, and we're even money. Home Cormac, 29.19 I think I'm hearing for Droopy's Clue. That is what they're saying. Evens, then home Cormac. Last couple are going in. Let's head across then to Mullingar.
Getting checked over by the starter. Starter's happy. And is he happy? No, he's not happy. One of the dogs turned in the box there. Trap 6. Henno's Lola wants to come in and watch the match. All loaded now. Hare's running. 1 is Bon Hero, 2 Home Cormac, 3 Drumrich Tiny, 4 Jack's Noreen, 5 Horse Leap Zoe, and 6 is Henno's Lola. Here comes the hare. And away we go, and quite a level break with 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6 on the line. Going to the first bend. 6 goes round with 3, 2, 4, 1 and 5. Off the second bend, down the back straight. It's trap 3, Drumrich Tiny with 6 Henno's Lola. Didn't want to go in. And 2 Nuppy up the inside. Home Cormac. Here comes 4 trying to throw down a challenge. Jack's Noreen into the third bend. Oh, 4 gets cut off there. That allows 2 to go 2 or 3 lengths clear from 6. 4 trying to finish as well to throw in a challenge. But down the home straight it is Home Cormac. Home for all money. Home Cormac wins. Very close for second in a time at 30.22.
Oh, Rose, you've been on a roll all day and now it's just ramping up. You had Droopy's Clue and now Home Cormac to add to many winning selections earlier. This Home Cormac, there was I don't know how it's got round the first bend.
No, it was very similar to the VT last week, wasn't it? Where it didn't show that burst of, it didn't trap out too well, but showed a good burst of early and ended up in a decent position, and it ran on from it quite well. Got a bit more trouble this week than last, but it was an impressive performance there. You can see Trap 4, who probably picked back as a Trap 4 in the challenge, would have been happy with to get off the mark. But that's just got crowded up at the third bend, and Trap 2 is just powered clear here. Home Cormac, a very nice performance.
All right. Here we go, going up towards the line. It is a win for 2, even money favourite. Beats the 6 and the 4, 13-2 and 7-1. Trap Challenge at the moment, 4 wins for Trap 1, 3 wins for Trap 2, 2 wins apiece for 5 and 6. Jason's caught up with all the connections for Droopy's Clue, the winner of the Juvenile Classic.
A brilliant winner of the Juvenile Classic, Droopy's Clue. Alex, I saw you whooping up there.
That was close, wasn't it? That was close. I thought we had a chance coming round the last, but guy left it late. He did leave it late. Yeah,
makes it more thrilling.
Yeah. The old ticker's not too good, but yeah, fantastic. Fantastic, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And the future looks very, very bright. Teresa obviously just giving Droopy's Clue some water there. Teresa, you said it was lucky not speaking to me beforehand.
Yes, yeah, we missed you, Jason, so it proved that that's what we do all the time now.
I bet you will as well. Steve, fantastic.
Yeah, to pick that free dog up, righty, it's a great performance from this dog. Great performance.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Righty's just getting better and better, but so is Droopy's Clue. I've got to come to you, Seamus. I'll come round here. I don't want to push in, but Seamus, another big win.
Yeah, it's a grand final, and that nice race to win. That we had kind of our morale was a bit low after last night, and that, so this was very badly needed, really, and he run a cracker. A good final, a good puppy final, and that, and look, he looks to have a nice future, possibly over 6 pence.
Well, I think if you look at last year, the calibre of the final, you had ledger winners coming out of it, all sorts, and it could be the same this year.
Yeah, certainly I'd say, because John's dog has improved. Every round he's improved, and that, and when he was 3 clearing that down the back, it looked a bit scary, really, but this dog is a strong dog home, and that, and so done the trick.
Well, we've got to finish with a shot of the champion himself, the winner of the Juvenile Classic Final, the wonderful, the brilliant Droopy's Clue! Hey.
Right, lads. I'll see you in the back.
I'm hearing his kennel name is Cluedo. Well done, Cluedo. Droopy's Clue then, the winner of the Juvenile Classic. We're heading next into the 428 at Towcester. And let's head to Jason, because he might have someone who knows about track 5.
Now, I'm very pleased to say I'm joined here by Seamus Gorn. Hello, Seamus.
All right, how are we doing?
We've just been saying how wimpy people are when there's a spot of rain about.
Yeah, well, if they only came from where I came from home in Ireland on the west coast, you know what I mean? They don't know what rain is.
Right, anyway, now look, someone who's unperturbed by rain and everything else is the brilliant Mustang Sam.
Yeah, Sam, look, he gives you 100% every night. It would be very hard to beat the 2 dog, like, you know what I mean? Look, obviously there are other 3 dogs in the race and all, but the 2 dog has dipped under 29 twice. Sam can't do that. He'll do 20, 29, 20, 29, 30, like, at his best. But there's one thing, he'll give 110%. So what comes out of it? Last week now, he came back after having an injury and he won with no work done. So I'd expect him to improve a little today.
Excellent. Now, intriguing, 528, the A5, unlikely to Hoomer, just had the 4 starts.
Yeah, look at it. He's a young dog with nothing done to him. He won 2 sprints off his bed. He is 500 plus dog. So we'll find out a lot more today. But I'd be disappointed if the dog don't win today. That's, you know what I mean? I bet him anyhow. So I don't throw me money away too often. So, you know what I mean? If he wins, he wins. If he gets beat, we'll be back again.
I can crack the code, Seamus. Today's the day?
Today's the day, yeah. Today is the day. If what comes out of it, I do not know. But today is the day. Let's hope the holiday money is paid for.
As ever, you're an absolute superstar. And feel free to go and skip in the rain if you like.
Yeah. I'll skip away. After the 5:28, I might be skipping or I might be very sad. But whatever way it comes, we'll be back again.
Cheers, Seamus.
Lovely, Jason. Pleasure to see you here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Brilliant.
There you go. Seamus Gorn and Jason catching up with one another. And Seamus Gorn has Mustang Sam here, but in this race you can see priced at 8 to 13 is the wonderful YI Man. Let's have a look at YI Man winning the Derby Plate, and this was on the 1st of July.
Yep, this was a terrific performance here, beating Droopy's Google by 3 1/4 lengths. This was a really impressive performance. Didn't come out too well, but was so brave. Got across to that rail and asserted nicely. This is obviously, for me, a much easier race, and that was. Showed great pace to kind of get up the inside and pulled away with it. This was so impressive. Then went to Monmore last week, won at Hove and Monmore. They were both kind of first time up for a little while, so he does take to different tracks very well, and I think this could be a good performance here for YI Man.
Is he your nap? Yeah, he's YI Man is the nap.
I have massive respect for Mustang Sam. He's a dog I really liked, was going so well into the Derby. My only would be, you know, it is a step up in class for him on his kind of recent runs. I think he's capable of competing at this level, showing great early pace, and potentially make it for Terry. Could edge inside and make a little bit of a race for him. But I just thought YI Man is so strong and could come home, you know, well here.
Yeah. YI Man odds on 8.30. Master 1010, who has won 16 of 62 races. He's had a few second places as late as our Master 1010, but a wonderful, wonderful greyhound for Sharon Thompson. YI Man then in 2 should be ahead and clear of Master 1010 in the early skirmishes. Milton Noah for Lawrence Tuffin has had 8 wins from 48, and you can see run up against, well, has been in the Pall Mall, has our Milton Noah. Prior to that, has some good performances here at Towcester, but nothing to lay up anywhere near YI Man with that N8 clear run. Making for Terry in the 4. Not bad effort last time out, 29.29. It's got to do that again if it's going to get anywhere close, YI Man. And Mustang Sam, who we saw Make It the Bear. Unfortunately, though, Make It the Bear, although getting a little bit of trouble. Didn't kind of help and frank the form, but Mustang stands up as a top-class greyhound of his own. But once again, he's going to struggle to match up with YI Man if that greyhound comes out as we expect. It's 8-15, and now odds on 1-2, and I don't think there's much resistance at all against Wireman now, because there is no support really against anything else in the contest. This 2-dog would help the 2s in the trap challenge, which is 4 wins for trap 1 and 3 wins for trap 2, so it would level up the trap challenge, but that's not the point. We're going to enjoy YI Man here, hopefully doing a fine display.
Yep, Touchwood seems to just run a track well fresh, you know, he seems to enjoy that moving from track to track, and I think that could be, you know, another reason why he goes on to score here. I just think he's terrific class and hopefully will go well.
Yeah, my greyhound's about to line up behind the trap, so we just confirmed that Droopy's Clue did 29.19. That was an astounding performance from behind, and it was a great interview with all the team, Seamus and all the team afterwards. Master 10-10 at 7. Whereas the Greyhounds, last one about to go in. That's it, they're all in. That's how close the trap challenge is. Hare is on the move.
For the Towcester Racecourse Standard Open, favourite in 2, go without 6. Off and racing, and a slower start by Mustang Sam, but Milton Noah's going to lead at the turn for Wire Man, and then back to that one Master 10-10. Down the back straight we go, and it is Milton Noah there for Lawrence Tuffin and the Milton Racing Club. Now with the 2, Wire Man now grabbing that rail to run against, and now leads by a length and a half, and has now gone for home. Off the final turn, and Wire Man is going clear now there. That 2 has won well for Mark Wallace, beats 3, 1 back in 3rd. But it really was just about the 2 there. Wire Man's taken this, the Towcester Racecourse Standard.
Well, there's a double on the day for Mark Wallace. He had Glide Away Hugo in the first. He doubles it up with Rosie's Nap. YI Man, he didn't make it easy for himself.
No, Mustang Sam hasn't either. He's missed the kick badly. Trap 3 was the first to show there, Milton Noah. Trap 1's paced up as well and crowded up along with YI Man going into that first bend, but YI Man was quite brave there, just chopped over Master 10-10 and did a big run going down that back straight. You can really see he was opening up. Trap 5 did a lot of running to get round that first bend, but Trap 2's just showed plenty of pace down the back and pulled away to assert really well.
Yeah, lovely to see. 4 wins from 8 starts, a couple of seconds as well. Last time out, Wire Man beat Kulavani's Shadow. He's beaten Chelm's Jet, and he's also beaten Droopy's Google, who we saw in his second last night. There you go. 8-15 he was in the end. He shortened all the time. Second was Trap 3 at 8-1. There were 5 runners in the race. The vacant box was Trap 6. Time for us to take a break, and when you rejoin us, we'll be heading back to Mullingar for the 4:37.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Wow, someone's going out in style.
You know, I've been thinking about my funeral.
Have you?
Yes, I don't want one.
Oh?
No one likes them, do they? And I don't want any fuss. I do want this. Pure Cremation. They'll take care of the practical bit and bring my ashes back home.
But
It's great value, and I can pay for it all now, and there are no hidden costs. And yes, I did look at the reviews. See?
oh yeah.
I'd like to get it all sorted out now. I just don't want you to have all that stress when I go.
Oh, Mum. Always looking out for us.
Find out why the UK's best-selling plan is the simple, affordable Pure Cremation plan. Chat to our lovely people by calling now on 0800 160 1661 or visit purecremation.tv.
Think you don't like this tasty-looking Pepsi Max? You're probs wrong. Just saying, if 70% of the UK prefers the taste of Pepsi Max, you probs prefer Pepsi Max. Pepsi Max, thirsty for more.
Our pets help us feel better, happier. Let's do the same for them with Frontline Plus, the UK's best-selling flea and tick protection for our best friends.
Betfred presents.
Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
Welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV. We've had a lot of outside interference today, meaning people popping in to say hello or farewell in the studio. It's been wonderful.
It's a bit nasty of them, isn't it?
Yeah,
to come in and say that they're leaving early.
That's it, yes.
It's like we've been salt in the wounds a little bit. But at least we've got some open race action. Well, we don't anymore. We've got some graded race action. We've got some lovely sprints to look at from
we've got
Towcester.
Sprint-tastic.
galore.
We're going to be sprintastic with lots of vacants. But let's enjoy Mullingar for now. And we have Lingarum Billy here in Trap 3, who's 9-4, just ahead of Home Cathal and Icicle Gemma in this contest. A4 at Mullingar. I went for the 3, Lingarum Billy, just because he's on a roll at the moment. He's won 3 of his last 4. He came up against Liz Beauty, must have flown round. He's still done quite a quick time, 29.49. Yeah, and he could be up there from the off. 6 looks the likely leader on the outside, but I don't know with that how long for. Rose, how did you see the race?
I thought this was a very wide open race, as the betting does suggest, doesn't it? I ended up going for the youngster in Trap 1, Icicle Gemma, who's been running on really strongly. Has gone through the grades though, yet to win at this level, won 2 A8s, albeit 1 in 29.30. It's a little bit different, there's a bit more really pace when you get up to the higher grades like A4, but I think can keep on and improve again. I think it's improving its section. I don't think there's as much early pace in this as there has been of late. I think 3, Lingo and Billy will lead, but I think Icicle Gemma could turn close enough.
We've only got a couple of minutes to the off for this contest over the 525 yards, and we've seen Icicle Gemma, the Rosie's selections, has won 2 of 6 races. She's only December 2021. And she's had mixed fortunes heading towards the first bend, but what she does do, she stays beautifully, and that's what you need with the latter stages of this track from the 3rd bend onwards. And look at her on parade, she looks certainly really inquisitive and on point. The 2 dogs, 7-2 out to 9-2, and experienced is her forte, 6 wins from 44. She's a middle runner, another one that runs on really well. Lingarum Billy is in the 3. That's my selection. It's running well. Home Cathal generally runs from 1, 2 or 3. It'll be an interesting scenario out in 4. Lahinch Roxy, another one that more towards the rails for this one. So does it open it up for the 6 at a big price at 7-1? The Greyhounds have reached the traps. Don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, we are streaming on YouTube. We'd love to hear from you. You can send all your thoughts and your selections in the comments.
Susan Todd's been in touch. Hey Tanya, Rose just home from work. Did Righty win? I'm desperate to know. Thanks. Unfortunately not. Was picked up in the late stages by Droopy's Clue. But it was a very exciting race to watch. So Susan, I suggest you go back and watch it. It will be on our Twitter feed.
Yeah, it ought to be. But there's they're going in. They're going in for this contest. That's it, they're all in. Starter's done well to hold the umbrella the whole time. Hare's on the move.
2 Gar Clisht, 3 Lingron Billy, 4 Home Cahill, 5 Lahinch Roxy, and 6 is Hawkfield Cassie. And away we go, and 1 and 2 are kind of bump into each other, and that leaves 4 and 6 and 1 to go to the first bend together. Around the first bend, 1, 4, 6, 3, 5 and 2. They're all in a heap. Down the back straight, it's trap 6, Hawkfield Cassie for Pat Doran, then Ice Cool Gemma for Anthony Conlon. Then a couple ends back to 3, 2, 4 and 5. Into the third bend, it's trap 1, Ice Cool Gemma for Anthony Conlon. Gone 3 or 4 lengths clear from 6, Hawkfield Cassie. 3, Lingron Billy trying to throw down a challenge, but Ice Cool Gemma is as cool as you like. Ice Cool Gemma wins. 4 and 6 in a photo for second in a time of 29.67.
It was a bit of a lively time by Ice Cool Gemma. Well done, Rose. That was your pick. And Ice Cool Gemma, well, she's real good bit of track craft here.
Yeah, absolutely. She's come out a lot better than expected. I did think she could go up with the pace, but she's rode the bump between the 4 and the 3 well at that first bend. Trap 6 there, Hawkfield Cassie led to the third turn, but you could really just see that Ice Cool Gemma, a young greyhound who's definitely improving week on week, was just powering towards it, and in a really nice performance there. Showed great pace and stayed the trip out very well for such a young greyhound.
Yeah, one has kicked on nicely down the home straight. We said 29.67. I think I'm right that for the day that is the quickest time. There has been a couple of crowded races. One's gone on to win there from 4 and 6. 1, 4 and 6 then at Mullingar. Brings us neatly for a time for a break. As Rose said, the open races have ceased for now. We're going sprintastic. There's quite a few vacant boxes though, so that's a bit of a shame. So we'll go for a break. After the break though, Jason has caught up with Lawrence Tuffin.
Want betting on the horses that leads from the front? You're on. With live streaming of racing 24/7 from around the globe. And daily offers, including extra places, free Uniboost a day, and our best odds guaranteed. You're on. Plus today, get money back as cash if your horse finishes second or third on selected races. Unibet, you're on.
The UK's first human heart transplant has been completed, supported by the British Heart Foundation.
We were a noisy generation, but it might be something quiet we do that becomes our greatest legacy. Leave a gift in your will to the British Heart Foundation and fund groundbreaking research that could help save millions of lives. Search BHF Wills.
That couple paid 50% less than us for secret escapes.
So we could have afforded to bring Toby after all.
You okay, little man?
Should we get some more drinks?
Hi. Secret escapes. Luxury travel for less.
This isn't an ad for a car manufacturer. And it's not an ad for a car show with 3 blokes in it either. This is about you winning your dream car, a load of cash, or both. What? Yes! Enter now at botb.com and you could be next.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses. What are you doing? Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
Now, I'm sheltering from the rain, but there's nobody I'd rather shelter with. There's a few, actually. Lawrence, hello, Lawrence, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Don't come over. Look, you've been cowering from this rain.
No, never. Us boys are used to this. Don't worry about that.
Well, look, race 10, the D1, you've got a couple in there. Tremora Rain.
Aptly named, and yeah, I mean, she's in brilliant form, and I can't see any reason why she wouldn't win this. You know, I don't think we'll put her back over 500 because she didn't quite stay the 5. We'll keep her to sprinting, and you know, she's running superbly well.
Oh, I like that confidence. I like the look in your eye.
Do you?
Yeah.
It's dust.
Now, if I was looking to play a forecast, how about Alien Shade?
Yeah, I mean, he's never quite managed, you know, the higher grade, but again, he's running ever so well. He's trapped brilliant the last couple of times, so. But I wouldn't. Forecast? Maybe, but it'd be touch and go.
Now, when you're back on the show, you're always brilliant when you're on the show.
Am I? Well, that's very nice of you to say so.
Say it to everyone.
Do you? Give me that £20 bag. No, I love being on. It's great. It's just Crayford I struggle with, but I did do quite well a couple of times, a couple of shows ago. I did quite well.
You did, Lawrence. So Tremora Rain, the good thing. Come on, as we go back, you come under here with me. You'll be all right. Tremora Rain, the banker.
Oh, good humour between Jason and Lawrence. Always good for a laugh. And let's have a look, though, for this contest as they've gone through the parade. Let's have a good old look at Trumpers Lola. This is Trumpers Lola finishing second best to Unlikely Rosie. Trumpers Lola was 13-8 favourite on this occasion.
Yeah, missed the break here, but like I kind of said a bit earlier about the Opens, I'm not a massive fan of the one boxing sprints. I think the move out to 2 could hopefully help Trumpers Lola get out on the bunny, and fingers crossed she will go well.
So you think this is your selection, Trumpers Lola?
Yeah, it is indeed. I think, you know, the 4-dog race will help. It's, you know, she's a bitch that doesn't fly out of the traps but runs on really well.
Loggie's Night, I see, finished behind Crafty Shivu in a trial on the 22nd of July, 28.52. You've got to compare it, though, with the likes of Trumpers Lola. There is similarities because of the times of the 16 dead times. It's got, in a trial, the trial scenario, it's got 15.83. The betting always does latch on to Tremora Rain. Well, has recently, because on 5 runs and 4 occasions has been favourite, and for the no race, more than likely was favourite again. Tremora Rain, 9-4 out to 11-4. It's just who potentially is going to take the first steps out of the boxes in front. And, well, the way it's running at the moment, it could well be Alien Shade for the first couple of steps, but then after that, it might be advantage Trumpers Lola. The support there, 5-4 into 11-10 for Trumpers Lola. Got Tremora Rain at 11-4. Alien Shades gone out to 12s. And Loggie's Knight, who, as I said, met in a trial, Crafty Chavoo, is 3 on Betfair. D1. And remember, we've got vacant traps everywhere. We've got a 3-dog race now in the 5:28 at Towcester. The 5-dog Sun Rover was withdrawn midway through, or early doors in the programme, I should say. Sun Rover was withdrawn by the stewards. That now is a 3-dog race, the 5:28, so Unlikely Dahoma in 2, Neon Dream in 3, and Glenside Shady in 4. A 3-dog race only as these Greyhounds line up behind the traps for a sprint at Towcester. The first are quite a few. Got Danny, Joe and Dave Gray this evening. Then tomorrow, Jason returns to the studio. He's in the studio with yourself, Rose. Aoife Corrigan will be joining us to give us all things Irish Derby, according to Paddy Power. And we will have Kevin Crocker as the main remote guest for the evening. They're all in the traps at Towcester. Here's running.
The flag go without traps 4 and 6 for this D1 sprint. They're racing for this 4:48, this 4-runner sprint. One will make the turn. They're Tremora Rain for Lawrence, followed through by Trumpers Lola. Then back there to Loggie's Knight, back marker Alien Shade. But it's all about your red jacket. 1 beats the 5, 2 back in third. And that one is Tremora Rain there for Mr. AP Tuffin. Train by Lawrence Tuffin, 5 and 2 behind.
So Jason caught up with him, and Tremora Rain has come through to win for Lawrence. It is a 16th win from 40 starts, and in the end...
Yeah, a great performance there. Has now won 4 of his last 5 races as well, so in terrific line of form at the moment. Terrific run there. Hopefully will continue in this good run. Hasn't had a run since the 4th of July, so went into this fresh after a no race a few weeks ago, so did it well here.
Yeah, did it well indeed. Tremora Rain then 40 runs, 16 wins, 1 beats 5. We need a pause, don't we, after all these 4-dog races? They are exasperating. And that's what we'll do. We're going for a break, and when you rejoin us, it's the 4:57 from Mullingar.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Could an equity release mortgage from Key put more money back in your pocket? Find out how much cash you could release with our free calculator. Key.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
You're not listening. I said it with my chest.
Enjoy crystal clear vision with Polar Optics HD, the stylish sunglasses that make everything you see come alive. The polarized lens technology enhances clarity and contrast whilst reducing harsh glares and reflections, helping reduce eye strain in bright sun. Perfect for driving or whenever you're outdoors. The wraparound design helps maximize eye protection, and the built-in magnetic clips helps keep them securely in place. See clearly in bright sunlight with Polar Optics HD from JML. Only $19.99 from Asda, Boots, Dunelm, Wilko and JMLdirect.com.
At Frontline, we know your pet helps you feel better, happier. You can do the same for them with Frontline Plus. It kills fleas and ticks on dogs and cats, plus stops flea eggs from hatching in your home. Frontline Plus, the UK's best-selling flea and tick protection for our best friends.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
Welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV, and we head into a 4:57 from Mullingar. This is a contest where you can see by the Betfair prices that it is wide open. 9-4 Vintner in the 6th box, who's in a very short career has already won 2 of 8 and placed in a further 3 races. However, I like the makeup of Dutch Pammy here. Rose, what do you like?
I'm with Trap 2 here, Jefferson City, who is one of the is the most experienced greyhound in the race. It only had the 22 races though. It has won 4 of those, been second 3 times. So he's always there or thereabouts for me. He's had a few rough rides of late, but I'm hoping can get a clearer run here. Seems to, has dropped down from A4 recently, got a lot of trouble last week at the second bend, and I think can improve based on that run. It did a 29.76 despite the trouble last time, which I think would be there or thereabouts in winning this sort of race.
And was in trap 6.
Yeah, exactly. Much better drawn here. Just think it's where he wants to be. He's been there or thereabouts from this position here, and hopefully with one of its better starts could potentially lead up Horse Leap Adele on its inside. Freder's Charm looks to be the likely leader for me, but I couldn't see it holding on. I thought there was too many strong runners in the race.
It's an intriguing event. Having looked at it again now, realising that Jefferson City was in 6th last time out, that's a grand old performance, because if you go back to June, Jefferson City from trap 1 flew home 29.46, and it's in a posse that potentially can do it again. Once again, though, I'm not moving away from Dutch Pammy. A greyhound that should be out on the outside, one of the early pace setters, a greyhound that's been against Alamo Spartacus. It's run behind Born Seeker, a greyhound that, it's not sort of, some of those greyhounds that don't necessarily have to record a fast time, but they just know how to get it done. And Dutch Pammy seems to be in that category. But we've been seeing all sorts of results at Mullingar today. I say all sorts. We've had 3 trap 1s there, and it's the third bend has come into the scenario again. It's been very, very tricky at Mullingar.
Yeah, and you can see the rain is coming down there on the other side of the pond. It is raining at Mullingar. Seems to have stopped at Towcester. But hopefully Mullingar dries up soon. Have had an email in from Kevin Goodchild. Hi Tanya and Rose, great racing today. I've had a nice double trap 5 home rearing in the 5:37 at Mullingar, and trap 6 Ballymull Dinger in the 6:02 Towcester. And just to say, what a bitch Space Jet is. She's a class above the rest. My only comment from Poster Pillar is I don't think he is the dog people think he is, but that's just my opinion. Have a great afternoon, ladies. Thanks. That's from Kev.
That's harsh. But Space Jet was something else. She's something else.
She's exceptional, isn't she? She is, to do it from last to first over a trip that may be too short for her, but she's done it. She's proved that she can win over that distance in the big races. 4.5 years old and really is still just running the top of her game, but I think that's testament to the training performance as well. You know, she's been kept to just big races. You know, she's not been running around the country in little one-offs. She has been kept to these big races, and you know, it's paid off, and she's running superbly well. And I think it was first 3 in the final there for Matt Dartnell, so terrific performance. I don't think that's ever been done before, so you know, an amazing training performance there from Post to Pillar. Didn't come out last night, came out well last week and won comfortably. He is a very, very fast dog. I mean, we said this about Quillavani Shado, didn't we, not so long ago. You know, he was very hit or miss on the boxers. They're very clearly fast dogs, but maybe they have to have it go their way. It has to fall into place for them.
Yeah, very fast greyhounds, and it's massive final, the Sussex Cup. It's a huge final. They're not gimmies, so it proved. With one who'd improved with each run, 30.23, I think it was 29.78, and then won the final in a 29.62 Candle in Monsoon. They're all in this Mullingar contest. Good luck with your selections. Hares running.
Charm, 4 Volcano Bueno, 5 Dutch Pammy, and 6 is Vintner. Here comes the hare. And we're off in race 7, and on the outside 6 Vintner is shown good early with 5 Dutch Pammy around the first bend. Vintner cuts across. It's but 1, 2, 6, 5, 4 and 3 down the back straight. It's 1 Horseleap Edel with 2 is in there. Jefferson City, 5 Dutch Pammy coming through them, and 6 Vintner is in there pitching as well. Off the final bend, it's trap 1 Horseleap Edel for Sean McGuinness. Goes a couple of lengths clear from 2 and 5, and this is going to be won by Horseleap Edel, a winner for Sean McGuinness. 5 second, 2 third in a time of 29.75.
Win for Horseleap Edel. That is a maiden victory after 18 attempts.
Yeah, a terrific performance there. Came out well, did Horseleap Edel. Flashed out of the boxes, ran really well here. Took the first bend nicely. You could see that Trap 2 was trying to make a run at the second bend, but just couldn't quite get the racing room. And Horseleap Edel managed to close the door on it well at the third turn to kick on even further clear. A terrific performance there by the winner, who was just game on the bunny, and definitely ran a good race.
Yeah, very good race, and it's seized now that maybe in hindsight, looking back, it's suiting those in a red jacket, or indeed those on the rails. There you go, 1, 5 and 2. There we go. So next up for us will be the 508, a 4-dog D2 event. But for now, let's look ahead to Friday, where we have a good contest at Romford, one of those Romford maiden events, I believe. And it's JK and I that did the preview. Friday saw a couple of heats for another excellent maiden competition at Romford. A couple of vacant traps for Heat 1. Droopy's TikTok, though, was the even money favourite.
Yeah, and favourite backers were going to be on good terms with themselves. Maxine Locke's Charge didn't break in front, but was quickly pacing up into the lead, and just cleared Trap 1 Do the Maths at the first bend. A bit of trouble in behind for Dapper Ted and Swift News, which Dapper Ted, inexperienced greyhound, I thought ran well enough, but it was all about Droopy's TikTok up front. Would end up scoring by just over 3 lengths from Do the Maths, 23.93 the winning time.
Let's have a look at Heat 2 then, and we had an odds-on favourite here, 4-9 Shmora Paws. Next in the betting was Pearl the Pug at 11-4.
Well, this race was basically over after about 5 metres. Look at that start from Shmora Paws for Katie O'Flaherty. Been carrying all before her in graded company at the track. 3.61 the split. Always in control and would give her rivals no chance whatsoever. Trap 3, Adamant Approach, would stand very strongly to take second, albeit 6 lengths behind the 23.74 winner. Trap 2, Isabella, was the other qualifier.
This is how then they will line up for the final. Schmora Paws in the 5. Good sectionals for this. 360s all the way. Just needs to do that again, JK?
So consistent at the boxes and so exciting to see. I know we all love to see greyhounds come through the field to win. That can be a thriller, but explosiveness out of the traps is a joy to behold. It really does look Schmora Paws to lose. Droopy's TikTok, the other heat winner, has to be respected. I'm expecting Dapper Ted to improve. Maybe not enough to win this race, but could be a bit of value for the forecast. But Schmora Paws, the one to beat.
That can be seen all live on RPGTV on Friday. There you go. Look ahead to Friday. Now, we are going to look ahead to our next race here at Towcester, the 508. Let's go back to Jason to see who he's got.
Now, I'm very pleased to say I'm joined by Steve Rayner. Hello, Steve.
Hi.
Now, when I said that you were right for an interview, you presumed it'd be with a member of the police.
Oh, yeah.
Got something you wanted to confess?
No, I'm fine.
OK, we'll draw a veil over that. Now, race 11, 508, you've got a couple, Greencroft Paddy, who I imagine will be a bit shorter than Dahoma range, 1 and 2.
Yeah, I should say Paddy would he'd have a little bit more early than range for sure. Although they're probably not suited to 2 bends, more 4 bends, but there we are.
Then if you had to, so Greencroft Paddy, if you had to pick one?
I suppose, yeah, you'd go with Paddy.
OK, thanks very much for that. Now, 544, trap 3, Chris Special.
Well, Chris is, again, he's full bend dog, so he's really, he needs another trial and stepping up to 4 bends, but it's genuine enough, he's always there.
Yeah, and just generally how are things going for you?
It's as it is. You know, it's greyhound racing as it is at the minute. It's a bit of a shame that we've got sort of 3 and 4 dog races, but it's the same everywhere. So,
night time, Danny?
Danny's resting. We shall get him out probably next week and dust him off and start to tune him up a little bit. I was really hoping to pop him in the Ledger this year, so better get doing something with him, I guess.
Yeah, previous finalist, of course.
Yeah, he was second.
Yeah, right.
That was 2 years ago.
Well, I know, but even so, Steve, as ever, great talking to you, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, Steve.
Jason has been busy all day today. Fair play to him. The weather hasn't been great, and he's been getting all those key interviews. Jason has been in top form. He'll be back in the studio tomorrow night, and here we go. 508 Towcester, one of these 4 dog sprints, and it's 5-4 favourite Dankeschön in the 4 box. We've heard from Stephen Rayner. What do you think, Heroes?
I think this is a really wide open race. I ended up going for the 4. I think it's one of the only dogs in the race that kind of consistently runs at this level. A few of these, like Greencroft Paddy, are kind of come through the grades. D4 winner, D3, now up to D2. I think it could be a step too far, so I'm going with track 4. It's interesting to hear how we assume that they have sprints on because they don't have the 4 bend dogs, but when a trainer's coming on and about his 3 dogs and saying all of them want 4 bends,
yes,
it's a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, it is. It's so annoying. Frustrating and annoying. Yeah,
if there's no need for sprints, if you've got the dogs to put these races on over 4 bends, then I can't see why you wouldn't.
Yes.
I mean, whether trainers haven't got them qualified over the 4 bend trip because they know they might not get a run, that's another matter. But I prefer to see some more 4 benders here at Towcester, because it does seem to just be sprint after sprint in graded races. I know, like I said, it's the same everywhere with a lack of dogs, so I'm not going to comment on that too much, but it's not ideal, but it is frustrating to see so many sprints.
Oh, it's so annoying. It's frustrating. It is.
Even just from a public point of view,
they don't like it.
You like variety as well, you know, a bit of. I don't mind the odd sprint, but variety, like 6 bend races, some 500s.
Yes.
Mix it up.
Certainly mix it up. Condense the amount of races on a card and mix it up.
Is there any need for 14 races today?
No, there is not a need for 14 races. Certainly not a need for 14 races. If I turn the page to the front, with Ponty Towcester going on as well. Does anyone go in? We would have had, if it had not rained, obviously the cricket going on. But there's so much going on. We've had the Women's World Cup, which at the moment comes to the fore as a betting medium. And no, there isn't a need for 14 races, because when you walk into certainly a retail, real estate, you see there's so many virtuals going on as well, and numbers and bingy and everything else with it. It's just
it loses its flavour when you've just got so much of the same. It's like watching the same race over and over again.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm being indiscreet at all when I am being across and marking, or not marking, I'm reading Betting Shop Manager of the Year papers and reading, a couple of the questions involve scenarios like we're seeing here. And the key point is, what's the customer's biggest complaint? And
I know what my biggest complaint is.
Yes, go on.
It's it's just too many sprints. It's dull. Yeah.
And you just need them to wash their face. If you're paying for races to be put out, you need for races to be bet on.
If you're paying to go to the track, who on earth you'd have probably gone home after the last race. You'd have gone home after
the big final.
Yeah, you'd have gone home. There was nothing on that card that made you want to stay, unless you literally owned a dog.
And yes. But it's the same for horse racing. Hares on the move.
Race 11, which is this sprint, and we do love a sprint here. Often racing, one breaks well there. That one being shuttered by 4, and Greencroft Paddy now being taken on by Dankershon, the favourite. 5's coming with a run. Make It Ryan off the final turn, and it's Make It Ryan, Dankershon on the inside as the line appears. 5 from 4. 5 just gets up and beats the 4. Make It Ryan there for Make It Syndicate. Trained by Frank Gray. Beat the 4, Dankershon, in this D2 sprint.
Second winner of the day for Frank Gray. 5 beat 4 in this contest, and one went there to challenge initially, but it was 4 who got the superiority at the first bend.
Yeah, 4 and 1 were the first to show, but 5's ran a really good second bend, hasn't it, to kind of get alongside track 4 going out of that turn, and it was a very good performance. These two went toe to toe, and track 5's just come out the braver of the pair of them.
Yeah, there you go. As they're heading up towards the line, 5 beats 4 at Towcester. Mullingar's next for us. That's the 5.17. It is an A5, and I'm looking towards Lahinch Jake there. But before we get to that, we are heading to a break.
Betfred presents Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
Oh, hello. Hiya. I was just thinking about what you were telling me about. Pure cremation. Were you? I might give him a ring. I mean, I don't want anything fancy when I go. And it's not just you lot I have to worry about, is it now? I just don't want my kids to have the stress or worry about the money.
Yes, exactly. Getting it sorted and paid for has taken a weight off my mind. It cost less than I expected, and now they...
Hey, Gran!
will be able to remember me the way they want to.
Find out why the UK's best-selling plan is the simple, fuss-free, pure cremation plan. Rated excellent on Trustpilot with over 13,000 reviews. Chat to our lovely people by calling now on 0800 160 1080 or visit purecremation.tv.
Enjoy crystal clear vision with Polar Optics HD, the stylish sunglasses that make everything you see come alive. The polarized lens technology enhances clarity and contrast whilst reducing harsh glares and reflections, helping reduce eye strain in bright sun. Perfect for driving or whenever you're outdoors. The wraparound design helps maximize eye protection, and the built-in magnetic clips helps keep them securely in place. See clearly in bright sunlight with Polar Optics HD from JML. Only $19.99 from Asda, Boots, Dunelm, Wilko and jmldirect.com.
I can look at 12 horses and the form all at once. Come on. The app is my paddock.
Once the race starts, we don't bother with cheers in our house.
When the race is on, I try to remain calm.
If it's possible to love a four-legged beast and a wee tiny man sitting on top of it, then I love you!
Boost your racing odds at ladbrokes.com.
Welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV, and don't forget, if you are watching on YouTube, send any of your selections through on comments, and we'd love you to subscribe as well. A big hello if you are watching on YouTube. It's lovely to have you watching. I hope you enjoy the Juvenile Classic. Stephen has tweeted in, "Hi Tanya, I was in the bookies today and agree with Rose, 4-dog races. No one in the shop had a bet on those races." Stephen then, earlier than that, said, "Fantastic show last night. First class racing from Hove with Space Jets stealing the show. Hoping for something next week's." And the question I was wanting to hear, if Richard or Tanya had a nap at Glorious Goodwood. I didn't hear Richard mention anything about the 5-day meeting, which starts on Tuesday. Not forgetting Rose today, something for Sheffield next week. I think I'm on Tuesday again. So I don't fancy anything at Tuesday at Goodwood, but on watching racing on yesterday at York, if David O'Mara decides to go Stewards Cup, how about Summergand regaining his crown? He ran well at York yesterday, albeit, yes, he was favoured by the draw. He was on that far side, but he was closing when it was all key, and I think he may well be dropped, even if it's £1. But that Goodwood race suits him because they go off so fast in front, because of course downhill. He'll just love it all over again. He's already found the winner's enclosure a couple of years ago. He may return there. But Tuesday I may have other thoughts as well. We've got the Golden Mile on Friday. There'll be stall 1. But we don't know what the weather's going to be like. Anything for Sheffield at all, Rose?
It's pretty uninspiring at Sheffield on Tuesday, to be honest. It's not a great card. Monday's slightly better. There's a few A2s on there. That's a better card than Tuesday, which has a few opens on it. Chasing Norma, she came back to form last week. She won after, I think it was nearly 4 months off. So she ran really well. She's joined Track 1. She's got a race full of middles. So hopefully she will go well there.
Right, we head to this Mullingar contest. We've got a bit of footage for Urban Parade. This is from a couple of weeks ago, finishing second. And Urban Parade was second to Phoenix Jasmine. Oh no, it wasn't. Lingrawn Billy, I think.
Yeah, this was a terrific performance here. I thought it was really strong, avoided a little bit of trouble early doors, battled on nicely, and was quite unfortunate not to pick up the pieces here. I think he's better drawn in Trap 1 today, so fingers crossed that can help him. He's already across the rail, but for me, he's only 1 from 26. He's not a dog I could fancy too strongly, basically ever. But this was a good performance to see.
There you go. Urban Parade is that your selection? Sorry, Rose.
No, it's a dog I couldn't be with that sort of strike rate. So I'm going for Eagle on the wide outside, which is a March 21. So it is 2 years old, but only had the 3 races so far. And, you know, has clearly had some problems. Was off from February to June. Just had the 1 race in July so far. And that was finishing second, beating 3.5 lengths. You can see they probably had the problems with this bitch, it's fair to say, being hit and miss, but has won 1 of those 3 starts, and fingers crossed can go better again today.
There you go. I am liking Lahinch Jake in here. This I put up for my next best. Just thought it had the ideal scenario. Been running in better races, and I think the field will come back to Lahinch Jake at some point.
News has just broke. Burnchurch Mick, the 2022 Winter Derby champion, has been retired for the Reese Kennel. Ran last. We've actually shown the race he was in last night at Monmouth, where he was beat. But 24 open race victories across 7 different tracks, and a winner of the Winter Derby too.
Oh, superb greyhound. May have a long and happy retirement. Gave us so much enjoyment. Well done, Burnchurch Mick. Hares on the move here at Mullingar.
4 Lahinch Jake, 5 Dirtbird Dan, and 6 is Eagle. Here comes the hare for race 8. And away we go, and trap 5 and 4 collide, and going to the first bend. It's going to be 4 from 5, 6, 2, 1 and 3. Off the second bend, down the back straight, it's trap 4 Lahinch Jake from 5 Dirtbird Dan, then 6 Eagle, 2, 1 and 3 in rear. Into the third bend, it's 4 Lahinch Jake, but here comes 6 Eagle with 5 Dirtbird Dan. Off the final bend, it's Lahinch Jake, came out of the traps well. Lahinch Jake is stretching clear for Aidan Price, but here comes Eagle for Aidan Price, I should say. Eagle wins 4 second, 1 third in a time of 29.75.
Oh, what a shame. Lahinch Jake did get the good break, but Rose, your selection was soon on my shoulders and powered down the home straight to grab glory.
Yeah, Trap 4 ran a good race out of the front, but Trap 6 was always in contention, wasn't it? Like we said, not the youngest of greyhounds anymore, but is very lightly raced. That was its 4th start, has now won 2 of them, so definitely going to be a bitch to follow. They've obviously took the time with her, and fingers crossed that pays off, because she's gone extremely well here. You can see weaved a way through and done it nicely. She had to go between dogs, kind of round that third bend, and nips up the inside of trap 4 there, Lahinch Jake, to take up the piece, to take the win.
Yeah, very good performance by Eagle. Soared home in the closing stages to give Rose another winning selection today. 6, 4 and 1. There you go. We're coming up to a 3-dog race. But first of all, before we do that, so let's enjoy the big final all over again. It was run at 4:08 today. It was the Juvenile Classic Final. Here was the lineup. Droopy's Clue in 1 at 2-1. Bombay Zero in 2 at 10-1 for Paul Young. 3 was Righty for John Mullins at 6-1. New Destiny in 4. The 11-10 favourite for Mark Wallace. Coppice Warrior in 5. 25-1 for Kevin Hutton. In 6 was Coppice Rocket for Jimmy Fennick at 9-1. Let's have the final, and Colonel had the call.
Hares approaching, off and racing, and 3 got the break. Righty there for John Mullins, has stole a couple of lengths out of the field. 2, Bombay Zero's going to chase hard in second. We've got a 2-length gap back to 1, Droopy's Clue there for Seamus Cahill. Then 5, Coppice Warrior. 4, New Destiny, trying to make some ground up now, but Righty has gone now, and the bird might be flown. 3 leads there from 1, trying to close in on the wire, and does so. 1 and 3 crash past together. Droopy's Clue has just got up there for Seamus Cahill to deny Righty the victory in this Juvenile Classic Final.
A brilliant winner of the Juvenile Classic, Droopy's Clue. Alex, I saw you whooping up there.
That was close, wasn't it? That was close. I thought we had a chance coming round the last, but guy left it late. He did leave it late. Yeah,
makes it more thrilling.
Yeah. The old tickers, not too good, but yeah, fantastic. Fantastic, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
And the future looks very, very bright. Teresa obviously just giving Droopy's Clue some water there. Teresa, you said it was lucky not speaking to me beforehand.
Yes, yeah, we missed you, Jason, so it proved that that's what we do all the time now.
I bet you will as well. Steve, fantastic.
Yeah, to pick that free dog up, righty, it's a great performance from this dog. Great performance.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? Righty's just getting better and better, but so is Droopy's Clue. I've got to come to you, Seamus. I'll come round here. I don't want to push in, but Seamus, another big win.
Yeah, it's a grand final, and that nice race to win. That we had our morale was a bit low after last night, and that, so this was very badly needed, really, and he run a cracker. A good final, a good puppy final, and that, and look, he looks to have a nice future, possibly over sixpence.
Well, I think if you look at last year, the calibre of the final, you had ledger winners coming out of it, all sorts, and it could be the same this year.
Yeah, certainly I'd say, because John's dog has improved. Every round he's improved, and when he was 3 clearing that down the back, it looked a bit scary, really, but this dog is a strong dog home, and so done the trick.
Well, we've got to finish with a shot of the champion himself, the winner of the Juvenile Classic Final, the wonderful, the brilliant Droopy's Clue! Yay!
Right, lads. I'll see you in the back.
Yeah, that was a superb performance by Droopy's Clue. Rosie's selection, Sean Gibbons emailed in, and in the Racing Post today, a winning selection by Tony Bullen. We are heading into the 5:28 at Towcester. There was a late withdrawal this afternoon for some Rover. That came through about an hour through our programme for this afternoon, so it means it's only a 3-dog race for this contest. The 2-dog is Unlikely to Homer, 3 Neon Dream, and 4 Glen Shady. Rose.
Yeah, this is, looks to be a good chance for Unlikely to Homer on the inside to go on and score. He said earlier in the interview that he quite liked this greyhound, so hopefully, goes on to score here. Has won 2 from 4 of his starts. Neon Dream is yet to score. Glenside Shady steps down in distance. It was 10-1, well beaten in its last. Was downgraded. And I think will probably need the run. Has been sprinting, stepping up, being up and down, not running great at the moment. And with Unlikely to Homer, I think a 3-dog race. What more can you say?
Yeah. Emails, tweets, comments in YouTube, greatly accepted. I'd love to hear from you.
Melroy's been in touch. Evening all. Didn't go to Towcester today as the courtesy car I'm using broke down in Oxford Town Centre after the Pall Mall at Sandy Lane. Took 2.5 hours to sort out recovery and get the car sorted. Glad I didn't go as was on an anti-post double Lynx, Maverick, Pall Mall and New Destiny in the Juvenile Classic Final for 3 bags. So unfortunately that one has been let down. But they say it comes in 3, so as a golfer on the 3M Open tonight is 5 players, so I'm waiting for him to bottle it and make it an unwanted hat-trick. That's from Melbourne.
Yeah, I hope that isn't the case. He seems a good sort, but good luck with your selection in that 3M Classic. Mr. Hodges from JT Poston, Mr. Finau, who's last year's defending champion, Bo Hostler, Aaron Badley. It's a good lineup, and noticeably getting further up leaderboards after is Billy Hallshort. I'm pretty sure he'll come back for Wentworth to defend his crown, but he was cursing himself regarding his all-round game. But it was said he was coming together at Hoylake last week, and so it's proved. But good luck with your selection in that 3N Open. So 3 runners, evens each are 2, 2 and 3. Glen Shady in the 4 is 6 to 1. Just a reminder this evening, it's Danny Jackson, Joe and Dave Gray. And they'll be covering Henlow and Harlow. There was, earlier we gave out 4 non-runners at Henlow this evening. We will just go through them again very shortly. Oh, we're hearing I've got 5 non-runners now and 1 from Harlow. We will do that after this contest. So, yeah, so we've got just the 5 races to go. And I think that Trap 1 leads by 3 in the Trap Challenge. So a long way to go. And obviously Trap 1 hasn't got a runner in this race, but does have a runner in the remaining races. So let's see what happens. Jason has been really working hard today. He's been interviewing everyone. I think that's him drawn to a close now. We had Darryl yesterday on the loose at Hove. And 5 to 6 now, Neon Dream, a ground that's still a maiden, and now has gone into odds on, unlikely to whom, as we heard from Seamus Gorm with Jason, Seamus will be very happy if this one can oblige. And Glenside Shady's 9 to 2 out to 8 to 1. Going behind the traps then in this 5:28 at Towcester, this 3-dog contest. Good luck.
Doesn't take very long to load 3 dogs, so they can't go in too early.
Yeah. Yes. Fair play. Yeah. There you go. They are all in. Started checking them over, hair's running.
The hare is on the spin now for this A5, but that traps 1, 5 and 6. Off and racing, and as they just sort themselves out the trio, it is Neon Dream that's going to lead there for Frank Gray. There from the 2, that 2 is unlikely to homer. Now 4's collared the pair of them, and Glenside Shady, the outsider of the trio, is now leading them to the penultimate turn. Leads up there by a good length and a half there from that unlikely to homer. Then back to Neon Dream, but it's Glenside Shady up to the wire. 2 trying to put it to it on the wire. 4 just pulls a bit more out from 2 and beats the 3, and they do finish in a bit of a heap.
Glenside Shady, 10th win from 64, but as said in commentary, it was the outsider of the 3. Here is the replay.
Yep, a good performance by 3. Neon Dream was the first to show there for Frank Gray. Trap 2 unlikely to home was missed the break, paced up round the bend there and has just crowded up with Trap 3 Neon Dream. They've got in each other's way, and while that was happening, Trap 4's got a lovely run around the outside, missed that trouble and has pulled clear here. It was a good performance off the front there, but just couldn't, in Trap 2 has run on, but couldn't quite reel in Trap 4 there. Glenside Shady, who's done it well off the front, ran on strongly last week, didn't need to run on today. It was already clear around that first bend and has done it nicely.
Yes, 4 goes on to win. Glenside Shady, that is a 3rd win in the afternoon for Frank Gray. There's a Trap Challenge, 7 wins for Trap 1. And 4, 2 and 3 all finished close together. 7 to 1 the winner beats 10 to 11 favourite. Now this evening, let's see what we've got coming up. We have Harlow and Henlow, and Harlow will start at 6:09, Henlow 6:17, and 23 races all in with Dave Gray commentating at Henlow this evening. Harlow non-runners, 7:18 Trap 4 Sparta Buzz, trap is vacant. Henlow non-runners, these are all vacant. 7:07 Trap 4 Sharian Rasheen, 8:23 Trap 2 Savannah Raven, 8:43 Trap 1 Murrow Sunset, 9:18 Trap 3 Blue Sensation, and 7:24 Trap 6 Savannah Harold. All those names, those boxes are now vacant. Trap Challenge then for tonight, this is for tonight, which starts at 6:09. And trap 2 is a 130 favourite from trap 6 at 7-2, 4 each, 1 and 4. Wide open in the trap challenge tonight between Harlow and Henlow. We're off to a break.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses. What are you doing? Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
Our pets help us feel better, happier. Let's do the same for them with Frontline Plus, the UK's best-selling flea and tick protection for our best friends.
This isn't an ad for a car manufacturer. And it's not an ad for a car show with 3 blokes in it either. This is about you. Winning your dream car, a load of cash, or both. What? Yes! Enter now at botb.com and you could be next.
The UK's first human heart transplant has been completed, supported by the British Heart Foundation.
We were a noisy generation, but it might be something quiet we do that becomes our greatest legacy. Leave a gift in your will to the British Heart Foundation and fund groundbreaking research that could help save millions of lives. Search BHF Wills.
For the life you're making, Etsy has it.
Want betting on the horses that leads from the front? You're on. With live streaming of racing 24/7 from around the globe. And daily offers, including extra places, 3 Uniboosts a day, and our best odds guaranteed. You're on. Plus today, get money back as cash if your horse finishes 2nd or 3rd on selected races. Unibet, you're on.
Welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV. We are heading now to the penultimate race from Mullingar. 5-4 favourite in trap 5, Home Riant. And we can see though, we've got a little bit of footage for Linger and Woody, who runs from trap 4 here. It's a 5-1 chance, but Linger and Woody, we can see this one finishing 2nd, or no, not 2nd, was it? Yes, it was 2nd to Martinstown L. Last time out.
Yep, this was in a grade of A4. I thought this was a decent performance here, was always there or thereabouts, and only got beaten by a length. It led at the first turn, but just stumbled around that 3rd bend, and it was a good performance. He didn't put in a bad run at all, but for me, has been upgraded for that performance without winning, which I absolutely hate.
It's not on.
So I'm with trap 3, Abigail's Bobber here, who is a really strong running performer who has won in higher grade than this in A2 previously. I think could just be a class above a few of these.
Yeah, what we can say about Linger and Woody was favourite last time out in that Phoenix Jasmine race, but it is not on. It's upgraded for not winning. Abigail's Bobby, it's one that I like as well. 13 wins from 49 starts and 8 seconds and 11 thirds. And if you look at Abigail's Bobby, certainly has track craft. There's, in the analysis, there's no crowding. It's just where Abigail's Bobby, where he's going to be at halfway Is he going to be in a good enough position? He finished ahead of the 2 last time out, and I think that certainly that's going to happen again because of the differential in prices as these greyhounds head to the traps. Tie Rap Johnny in trap 6. This one is looking for a 12th victory from 74 starts. 35 places for Tie Rap Johnny. That may obviously tell the story that this one's another strong finisher as well. There could be a lot of congestion going into that 3rd bend as they all sort of get themselves organised to try and make a challenge. It's a 5:37 at Mullingar. Greyhounds about to load. Horseleap Pippi then is 17-2. Clonkill Jimbo the same price. Abigail's Bobby 11-4. Lingrown Woody at 6. Home Rien at 5-4. Tie Rap Johnny 100-30. Hope you've had a good day with all your selections, and don't forget to continue watching. If you're on YouTube, thanks for joining us, and don't forget to subscribe. Lovely to hear all your comments. That's it. They are all in. Race go across for the call at Mullingar.
Running. 1 is Horseleap Pippi, 2 Clonkeen Jimbo, 3 Abigail's Bobby, 4 Lingrown Woody, 5 Home Rianne, and 6 is Tie Rap Johnny. Here comes the hare and away we go, and 2 is the fastest out. That's Clonkeen Jimbo with 4, 5, 3, 1 and 6. Into the 2nd bend, it's 2 Clonkeen Jimbo with 5 Home Rianne, then 3 Abigail's Bobby. The rest look out of it. Down the back straight, it's 5 Home Rianne with 2 Clonkeen Jimbo, 3 Abigail's Bobby in there as well, and the rest are definitely out of it. Off the final bend, it's Home Rianne for Marcella Campbell from Clonkeen Jimbo, and Marty Cummins coming down the home straight. It's 5 Home Rianne from Clonkeen Jimbo. Here comes Abigail's Bobby again, but 5 Home Rianne wins. Close for 2nd, 3 and 2, in a time of 29.86.
5 is your winner, Home Rianne. That's 4 wins now from 9 starts with a further 5 places. Didn't really get the best of starts. It was Clonkill Jimbo who took them around the 1st bend. 3 found 2 key pieces of trouble that prevented Abigail's Bobby from winning.
Yeah, it was a good performance by 2 who trapped out nicely and actually came back for more, but Home being your favourite. Did it well, didn't it? Showed plenty of pace between the 3rd and 4th bend and asserted well. I'm pleased with Abigail's Bobby's performance there. I think it's ran, pretty well considering it got crowded at the 3rd turn. It probably would have won without that. But trap 5 there took the 2 grade, the uplift in its stride there and done it nicely.
Yeah, there you go. It's 5 that's gone on to win this from 3 and 2. 5, 3 and 2, 5-4 favourite. Beat the 3, 11-4, and 3rd trap 2 at 17-2. That is the Monona race at Mullingar. We now head to Towcester. This is another sprint at Towcester. No 6 box here. In fact, 6 had 7 vacant traps this afternoon. Which made it a big outsider in the trap challenge. And let's see who we like in this contest. You can see how they bet there, and the 2 dog is the one that is the 5-4 favourite with a Chris Special in trap 3 at 7-4. Where have you gone here, Rose?
I thought this was, a pretty competitive race. I ended up going for trap 2 Sofitel, who won in this grade last time out in time of 16.57. I thought that was a pretty good performance there, and is in a good line of form at the moment. Seems to be enjoying the sprinting. Is a previous A2/3 dog over the 500 metre trip. Again, they're running in sprint, so getting some fitness back hopefully. I think Leah's Dream is a good kind of alternative if you thought the 5-4 in a sprint was too short. This bitch ran really well in a D4. Winning in a time of 16.25. Got an awful lot of trouble last time out, but if that was to kind of trap out nicely, that would be there or thereabouts, and at 11-2 offers maybe a little bit of value. I think that but 2 is the one for me. I think this is a competitive enough D3. It's probably not the best D3 we've ever seen, which is why I'm going for trap 2, a dog that's won in this grade.
Yeah, and 2 is a warm order here at 5-4, 16.57 last time out. And Chris's Special in 3 has won 5 of 40, and Chris's Special, you have to go back to, well, not too far back, to the 13th of July when it finished second to Knockban Elvis doing a 16.41. Then on the 2nd of July did 16.47, and then beat Zuleika's Grixie in 16.37. Chris's Special, a big danger to the 2, Sofitel, Chris Joyce, who bids to just do back-to-back D3 sprints. Celine in 1, 9 wins from 73 for Celine. As we head to Towcester, they're coming out onto the track. It looks a little brighter at Towcester as they come into the conclusion of their card today. And of course, if you've just tuned in, Droopy's Clue won the Stadium Bookmakers Juvenile Classic Final, and it was a literally well named a classic final because Droopy's Clue came with a real late strong finish to deny Righty in the closing stages. It's been a really exciting card today at Towcester, and indeed it's had some good races from Mullingar as well. YI Man put in a brilliant performance. Didn't go to plan, but has still won well. Droopy's Clue, by the way, 29.19. But yeah, we have seen some good performances today as these greyhounds are out on parade. 6-4, Chris's Special. Jim Bob's Fancy, 10 on Betfair. And you have been playing closer inspection to something there, Rose?
I'm just watching my kennel on parade trap 4. That's all.
Are you?
that was a shock to the system. Yeah,
Right.
Laura's taking on a mum's dog in trap 4 there.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Celine in 1. I put 1, but that was naive. I think that was me more leaning towards that for the trap challenge. Yeah, Joe's offering us some...
Joe's asking why I wouldn't want to stay and do 3 dog races from Henley, because I've done them from Towcester, thanks.
Yes. Yes. There you go, enough said.
Mark James has been in touch. Good afternoon, ladies. Watching Mullingar today and seeing the impressive plot display in the middle of the track. Can you tell me why all tracks in England don't have that? Regards, Mark.
No, you tell us.
Yeah. The frustrating thing is some tracks have got clocks.
Yes.
But they don't do what they do in Ireland and pan straight to the to the clock, or you can't even see them. I mean, at Sheffield, it's on the stand underneath the restaurant.
Oh, right.
So you can't see that on the camera at all, which is a bit frustrating when you know it's there.
Yeah. Bit annoying. Never mind. They are arriving down at the traps for the penultimate race from Towcester today, and the betting has unravelled a little bit with Chris's Special 6-4 with Sofitel 13-8. Flip-flopping favourites for our D3 at Towcester.
She wouldn't get away with blue jeans if it were my dog she was parading, I can tell you that.
They are going in. Hares on the move.
So the hares running for this D3 sprint. We go without 6. Off and racing for this penultimate race here at Towcester, and the 1, Selena's broke well there for Paul Braithwaite and Miss Debbie Prues, and leads up by a couple of lengths round the final turn. 3 is chasing hard along with 2 and 5 for the back marker. Up to the wire we go. All 3 has joined the 1 right on the line there to make it interesting. It's a photo finish to the outcome of this D3 sprint this time. A photo.
Yeah, it's very close. I think my eyes say the 3. But that's might be a bit premature. 2 is certainly 3rd. Let's have a look at the replay. Let's have a look at it all over again.
Yeah, it was a ping break there by Celine in trap 1. 3 came out well as well, actually. That was probably one of its better breaks. in a sprint here. It's rode the crowding well, could have very easily shied away when crowded with Track 5 Jim Bob's Fancy. But it was a really tight race in the end. Trap 2's ran on well for third place, but Trap 3's just come from nowhere. Big dog compared to Little Celine at 27 kilos. Definitely a size difference there, but Trap 3 looks to have maybe just got up on the line. It was a close call.
There you go. The 3, 1 and 2. 3, 1 and 2. 6-4 favourite. The winner beats the 1 at 5-1. Well, that concludes the day for yourself, Rose. Daddy's battled with the East Coast trains. She's on the Underground now, we're here. But Rose, have a safe journey back, and I'll see you again tomorrow.
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
Thanks for everything, Rose. Plenty of winners. Let's, for now, though, we'll go for a break, and I'll shortly be joined by Joe.
The William Hill 5. Top tips for positive play. Don't chase losses.
What are you doing?
Know your limits. Get support if you need it. Take a break. Keep it fun. Find our safer gambling tools online or in shop.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Meet Rob's Grand Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customise it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Want betting on the horses that lead from the front? You're on. With live streaming of racing 24/7 from around the globe. And daily offers, including extra places, 3 Uniboosts a day, and our best odds guaranteed. You're on. Plus today, get money back as cash if your horse finishes second or third on selected races. Unibet, you're on.
Betfred presents. Check out our exclusive offers every day. Play in-store and online with Betfred.
When you bet fair on racing, you get daily rewards. So any day can be a big deal. On the Betfair Sportsbook, get extra places on horse racing any day this week. Daily rewards with Betfair.
welcome back to Racing Post Greyhound TV. Daddy Jackson will be here shortly, but for now I can give a big warm welcome into the studio for the final shift of the day to Joe Keneally. Good to see you, Joe.
Good afternoon, Tanya. How are you?
Very well indeed. I've been enjoying this afternoon's coverage. I was lucky to do last night as well at Hove. How are you though, Joe?
I'm not too bad. I had a couple of weeks off, a few things to sort at home, and we're all good to go. So,
yes.
Yep, 2 very difficult cards as always on a Sunday evening. I think I've got the pleasure of having it next Sunday as well.
Yes.
But yeah, we'll get to work and see what we can do.
Yeah, it'd be good fun. It's hard. It's hard for all of us. 5:54 Mullingar. You may well, you've definitely seen because you've been really grafting hard. You've been behind the scenes watching it all unravel. You see, Mullingar had some good times for the Raiders. However, Homer Sheen here is a greyhound that we can look at winning on the 9th of July. That's the last time we saw Homer Sheen, and this was pretty impressive. A 29.02 as well.
Yeah, he's a really classy, consistent type. You know, he's always A2, A3. He's been around them grades now for a long time, and he's a nice type. When he gets it right, he's very fast. And on this occasion, he was in trap 6. He goes from 4 today, and just crucially, that third bend again manages to stay in front of 2. Some story he would finish 4th in the end, but yeah, good performance from Homer Sheen. Goes on to win by 2 lengths, 29.02 calculated time. So yeah, nice performance from him. But I'm going to be with 6 Ballroom Best. Only an August 20, but should have a chance. You know, he's new to the track. Was at Kilkenny and Thurles prior to this, but only had a handful of runs at Mullingar. Got off the mark when winning a length and a half in A4, 2 runs back. Ran okay beyond Lingar on focus last time, stumbling at the third bend. If doing it right, I think Ballroom Best will win. So yeah, the bitch in 6 for me.
Yes, 6 has got to have a massive chance. Just through this afternoon's racing, I've seen some great interwoven form for Phoenix Jasmine, and I'm just looking at the penultimate run where Phoenix Jasmine just came home ahead of Home Cormac, a piece of footage that we actually saw, and Home Cormac was a pretty good winner earlier. That was the 4:17 it won. A bit of a crowded race. Phoenix Jasmine then has subsequently come out as well and won again. But with Phoenix Jasmine, it's got to hope that there's trouble behind to stop the likes of Ball Run Best coming and being on the premises at the third. But it needs to have a couple of lengths, if not more, ahead of the field or its nearest pursuer to hang on. It's a 15-2 chance. Lingar Grace in the 1 box. This one is 130 and last time out, nice win. 29.09, another piece of footage or another interwoven line of form that we've seen worked out well throughout the card today. They're going in at Mullingar. This is their final race, and I think I'm right in saying that Trap 1 has already won the Trap Challenge. Oh, and I'm hearing in my ear, I'm crying like a little baby for Trap 1 to win the Trap Challenge.
Won't repeat what he said.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, fair enough. There you go. There you go. Proof that with 2 races to go, it leads by 3. That's the Greyhounds are going into the traps then. This Mullingar contest, the 5:54. Last one's going in. There we go. Starters checking them over.
Starters happy, waves his flag. The hare is running in the Slán Walia. Trap 1 is Lingar Grace. 2 Nuns Beach. 3 Phoenix Jasmine. 4 Home Usheen. 5 Bayonet. And 6 is Bull Run Best. Here comes the hare. And away we go in the final race, and 4 stumbles out of traps, but 1, 3, 5, 6, 4 and 2 go to the first bend. Bit of crowding there. It's 1 Lingar Grace, about 3 lengths clear from 6 Bull Run Best, then 5, 4, 3 and 2 down the back straight towards the final bend. It's 1 Lingar Grace for Kevin Jones with 6 Bull Run Best, then 5, 4, 2 and 3 off the final bend. It's 1 Lingar Grace, gone about 2 or 3 lengths clear from 6 Bull Run Best, and Lingar Grace is going to win. 1 wins, 6 second, 5 third in a time of 29.65.
Seemed a bit scrappy initially. Lingar Grace, though, just kicked on clear, made sure for Trap 1 in the Trap Challenge. 6 has run a blinder there. Absolute stormer.
Yeah, she's run well. She's missed the break. She's paced up well. She's somehow managed to get around the bend and scave. You know, she's got a wall of dogs on her inside and managed to turn in second, but the wrong dog in front in terms of Mullingar and Grace, who stayed on well last week to go on to win in 29.09. And you know, when you're kind of doing them times, it's hard for dogs to come from behind, and she's gone really similar today. They normally have the track around 50 slow, and I think 29.59 was on the board there, so she's repeated a run from last week there, Mullingar and Grace, and once doing that, she's going to be tough to beat. But yeah, big eye catcher in second, ball run best, she's run well. 5 stayed on well as well. Bayonet was behind Phoenix Jasmine last time out, but a good performance from Mullingar and Grace.
Yeah, good performance. 1 is your winner from 6 and 5. 1 race to go at Towcester, and not only have I got Joe alongside me, I can now turn to my right and say a big warm welcome to Dave Gray. How are you, Dave?
Yeah, good evening, Tanya. Evening, Joe. Very well, thank you. Couple of interesting cars this evening. Henmar, Harlow. Hopefully we can pick our way through a winner or two.
Let me ask what your layered be, Dave.
Oh, no. Look, Joe, we could have 2 tonight. We've got Julietta as well, so give us a kiss, darling, Julietta.
Oh, is it? Give us a kiss, darling. Does that run?
It won last week. He won last week, but yeah.
Oh, I missed it.
Going to give an early clue. Going to be against.
Yeah, okay. Dave, shall I ask you for your best bets tonight? Oh, not yet. Oh,
save them.
I can ask him now and ask him again later. See, I'm not going to be here
You're not there.
for later on. I'll just have to watch, won't I? 6:02 at Towcester. We've got a 5-4 favourite here in Mullingar. Who do you go for here, Joe?
Make it Mohawk in 5 for me. Never get Frank Gray right. Go against him, he wins. Try and put his dogs up and get beat. But I'm going to be with Make it Mohawk in 5. Wild bred high, but Make it Posh is really well bred. Was beyond Lion King last time in a D3. Prior to that, couple of trials at Oxford into track there. But yeah, also winning at Towcester and into track 16.45, 2 runs back. So yeah, 5 for me. Make it Mohawk.
Yeah, that's for Joe. I put 2 here in Greencroft Deb. And we saw Jason caught up with Stephen Rayner earlier, and he sort of kind of hinted that it could have a big chance. Dave, what do you like?
Yeah, I was trying to make a case for Make It Mohawk, similar to Joe, really, but I'm going to be with the dog that beat Make It Mohawk last time. I'm going to be with Greencroft Deb in trap 2. I think she's still pretty lightly raced for Steve Rayner, as you touched on. Won on debut in a D4 and wasn't beaten too far after a missed break last time, really. So I think if she can get her trapping boots sorted out, I think she's still open to a bit of progression. And obviously respect the chances of the favourite, but I thought Greencroft Deb had plenty of upside. And favourite's record is 5 from 52, so I thought Joe had a bit of a squeak on the inside.
Was the weather kind to you this morning, this afternoon, Dave? Or did you have rain at Pelor?
Sorry, Tanya, I should have let you into a little secret.
Yeah.
I've been away for a few days, so
you don't know? Yeah.
So, well, I know what's happened because I've filled in the form cards, but I hadn't actually seen the racing, so I've had to take Matt Cranston's word for everything that I've wrote down. So.
Racing managers get holidays.
I can't believe this. I'm holding an inquiry. Dave's been allowed to have some
managers
time
get holidays.
off. This is blessing.
Listen, it's not quite a holiday. As I say, I've been filling in form cards. I'll be grading the card on Wednesday for Sunday, and I'm with you, lucky people tonight. So it's
done.
In the studio.
Yeah, August the 7th.
Monday.
Week
on Monday.
And I'm producing. I can't wait.
Fun and games. I think. Are you on next Sunday, Dave?
Hopefully, yeah. If you'll have me.
I thought you might already be travelling down to get here at that time.
Yeah. Oh dear. The Greyhounds are waiting behind the traps. Now, I was just wondering with days, fair enough, entitled to have more than just one break, but it was school holidays, so I was seeing how that fared, being school holidays.
Next Sunday, Jason, myself and Dave.
Oh, we will get ready to be well and truly teased.
So you'll be you'll be knackered, ready to come in on Monday.
Yeah, with Jason on the premises, Dave. Oh, goodness me. He's been in great form today at running let loose here at Towcester today. Mind you, the rain had dampened it slightly dampened Jason's spirits, but he still went out there and...
I won't stop him.
Yeah, hard as you like, out in the rain for the presentation for that Juvenile Classic.
Some run, wasn't it, from the winner?
Oh, but it was like Antigua Sugar Light, wasn't it? But
Yeah.
it was made its own history with Droopy's Clue, didn't it?
Some
made
run.
its own history. So the Greyhounds...
Danny Jackson, we can hear in the background.
Yeah, Daddy's arrived. Daddy's in the house. So the Northern Mole will be happy, who tweeted in to say, great to have you back, Danny, about 20 minutes early.
All from her.
Yeah, there you go. Al Villanelle in trap 1, 8 wins from 32. Greencroft Deb in trap 2. Dave Gray and myself picking that one. Ballymaldinger in the 3 box. This one has won 5 of 52. Faze Boy in trap 4. And then Make It Mohawk. Joe is going to go with Make It Mohawk. Frank Gray's already had 3 winners today. And here you go. As the Greyhounds are going in behind the traps. Yeah.
Difficult, Tanya, to know what the weather is at Towcester. Look, the gentleman on the left has got his shorts on, and the one on the right's got his coat, hoodie, and full waterproofs on. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's all going off, isn't it?
I've got shorts on. I know we're in the studio, but
You've got shorts on.
I'm a short wearer 365 days a year.
Yes.
Ditto, I've got mine on Joe as well.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the weather.
Postmen do that, don't they, as a bet?
Yeah,
Through the winter.
I'm always wearing shorts.
You're always wearing shorts, fair enough.
Apart from at football in the summer, because you get bit.
Yes,
so
that's
if
no
I'm
good,
in the
is it?
evening, it's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
nightmare. But yeah, shorts every day.
Yeah. Yeah. Last couple are going in. There you go. Cool, it's getting a bit blustery there. Hair is on the move.
For the last time for this Sunday, we go without the 6 in this D3 sprint. Often racing, and your 3, Ballymaldinger leads out the turn from the 5, Make It Mohawk. Now, these two are kicked on. We've got a match now. Off the final turn, 3 leads the 5. Off the spin, Ballymaldinger there from the 5, which is Make It Mohawk. 2 back into 3rd, Greencroft Tab. But that's your result for the lucky last here at Towcester on this damp Sunday afternoon.
Thanks for everything, the Colonel. And a win for Ballymaldinger from 3, 3, 5 and 2. Here is a replay.
Yeah, when you've got a dog who's got a form over 7-12, 3rd in an S3 back in May that leads round the bend,